Okay, good morning, dear colleagues, guests, friends, and everyone who is interested in what we are doing these 3 days. Today, that is the third and the last day of our Summer Institute, and I'm very happy to announce our first session, which is dedicated to the crimes of ecocide in Ukraine. And that is my super great pleasure, honor, to introduce you, Natalia Zuber. Yeah, so do you see me as minimum? Yes, so you see Natalia Zuber, and a few words about her. Natalia Zuber is a Ukrainian IT professional, human rights activist, journalist, and war reporter. She has a master's degree in physics. Natalia has been a print journalist and software engineer since 1982 and has worked as an online media editor since 2000 at Maidan.org.ua, a website known as a birthplace of citizen journalism in Ukraine. She's also the chair of the international NGO Maidan Monitoring Information Center, which focuses on information security, countering Russian information warfare, and documenting Russian war crimes in Ukraine. Since March 2022, she and her team have been documenting war crimes committed by Russia in Kharkiv and the surrounding region. From my side, I would like to say that Natalia probably is the mostly well-known person who continued to live in Kharkiv, who continued to be absolutely active in her documenting war crimes and distributing this knowledge among the other countries worldwide. So we are talking today about crimes of ecocide in Ukraine. The title of our presentation is Visualizing and Resounding the War. And we are going to discuss the investigation of ecocide crimes in Kharkiv and the surrounding region, focusing on the action of the Russian military that have caused or could cause ecological disasters affecting not only people, but water, soil, wildlife, and other things which are surround us, the general environment. And I propose to compose our talk in 3 sections and to talk firstly about ecocide in general and very specific incidents such as bombing of a nuclear reactor in Kharkiv. Then we are going to talk about acoustic ecology, very new sphere of knowledge and very new sphere of investigation, and about acoustic terror from which all of Kharkiv are suffering now. And our concluding part is, for me, that will be the main part of the presentation, that will be about the interviews as sources of all these investigations. So our talk will be accompaniment with 3 video fragments. Natalia and me, so we know when to put this video, but please feel free a little bit wait for this turning on the videos. So, invisible war crimes affect more lives than visible ones. And these are much harder to prove. That is a certain motto of our today conversation. Please, Natalia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Gelenada. I am very thrilled to be with you. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to join you live. I'm online from Kharkiv. I hope we will have normal situation with electricity, but should anything happen, I will reconnect from my phone, because the war is going on around me and everything is possible. And thank you for invitation again. Ecocide. I will start with oral history. You see, my grandmother and my family survived the Second World War in Kharkiv, and they shared a lot of their experience with me. The experience which was not public at that time at all for various reasons. And I remember my grandmother, she was born in 1905, and she survived the First World War, Second World War. Well, I was like 10 years old. It was 1975, and the normal jets, the airplanes were flying over our heads. And my grandmother had every time she was shaking. Every time she heard an airplane flying over her head. I could not understand it when I was a small kid, but I remembered it very well. It was the result of the war, of her experience surviving the war. Because as she was telling me, the bombers flying over your head were the most scary part of the war, because they can kill you like guaranteed if the bomb drops on your head. And there were lots of such occasions in Kharkiv during the Second World War. And that is something we are living in right now in Kharkiv, because there are, for the first 2 weeks of the war here in 2022, the bombers were flying literally over my head. I live in the center of the city, which is 30 kilometers away from the state border with the Russian Federation. The bombs were hitting the buildings like half a kilometer away from me or 2,000 meters away from me. And this experience of to be near those sites, those hit sites, as a criminologist call them, that is what launched actually my determination to start documenting this experience. Because what we are doing is like broader than the currently known definition of the crimes. Therefore, we will be talking about the invisible crimes. Starting March 22, I volunteered to help the state investigation of Ukraine to document Russian war crimes. First, myself and my team were doing photo and video of the fresh hit sites of civilian infrastructure in Kharkiv. Then we acquired the drones and we started doing some drone footage. You will see a bit of it. And then we helped to find other types of digital evidence. So we are helping to get a forensic evidence for the state investigation. My status in the investigation is an independent expert. I signed the protocols of pre-trial criminal cases, and some of these cases advanced as far as to the court proceedings, and one of them is a very important one, and that is the first crime of ecocide in the war conditions, which was documented in Ukraine. There are lots of them, but this particular one, which I will be talking about, was the first to move as far as to the court. The procedure of investigation and proving the crimes is a long one, the legal procedure. And it took more than a year for the crime I will be telling about you to proceed to the first indictment to the Russian generals and colonels responsible for this crime. And I will ask you to show a short video, which is video number 1, with sound on, which will, I hope, will introduce the topic. In this video, yeah, that is a video number 1. It's a short one in English. We hope that, I hope you will be able to see it. It's just,
We are looking at the Kharkiv Research and Technology Institute, which is currently a site of a nuclear reactor. Before the Russian invasion, this facility served as a research institute and participated in the Hadron Collider project. In March of 2022, the Russians had shelled and bombed with precision-guided weapons, dropping a half-ton bomb on the nuclear reactor. They shelled the entire village and surrounding areas, so there's no doubt what their target was. Significant damage has occurred to the reactor, and because nobody in the history of humankind has ever bombed a nuclear facility, it is very difficult to determine the extent of the damage that has been done to the nuclear reactor. The reactor continues to pose an extreme danger to the local population and will require extensive research in order to determine what can be done to contain the radiation or any potential future leaks.
Thank you. And there is our volunteer and a member of our NGO, Marketa Borrell. She is a lawyer from the US who helped us to actually translate what's going on, because it's a new type of a crime. Actually, the bombing of the scientific nuclear facility started even before the nuclear power station in Energodar was captured by Russians. So this is their crime, which started to occur. Why I'm telling about started? Because this reactor was bombed for like 6 months. And being a physicist by education, I knew about this research facility. It's a new nuclear reactor. And from the day one, I wanted to document the damage because I was afraid, like many other people who knew about this facility, that their nuclear incident could occur, so the reactor could be damaged and there could be a radiation leak. At that moment, there was not enough manpower of any state law enforcement facility to document what's going on. So it was something we, the citizens, could do. So we were going there, filming the hit sites and talking to people. And talking to people was a key element, because people were saying, the locals, some very few locals who stayed in this northmost part of Kharkiv, that is like a campus, like a scientific campus, which hosts the scientific nuclear facility, which is a part of Hadron nuclear reactor and is connected to the European research facilities, for example, CERN in Switzerland. So there was scientific and research facilities, and people who work there and who serve there or provide their life for these scientific facilities, they were living there. There were about 16,000 people living in this area, and at the in April 22, only 300 people left there. So there were very few people, very few witnesses, very few who could tell what's going on. And those witnesses were actually telling us, oh, the bombers were flying over our heads. Why bombers are very important. I started with the bombers and I will continue with the bombers. You saw the craters from the bombers, from the so-called FAB 500. It's an aviation bomb which was created before the Second World War and extensively used during the Second World War. And maybe my grandfather or grandmother experienced falling of those bombs over Kharkiv in 1940s too. So the bombers and the bombs dropped by the bombers are very important, because the allowed to prove not just intent, but the proof the case. You know, you cannot drop the bomb by chance. The bomb, when it falls from the bomber directly, it is the case which proves that yes, we wanted to bomb this very place. You know, Russian weapons are not precise mostly. They target, especially the missiles and rockets, target very random places. But the bombs, when the bomb is falling from the bomber, it hits the site more or less precisely. So it is possible later to trace the route of this jet, of this bomber, and to connect it to the Russian airport, and then to deduce who were the commanders who ordered this very bomber to fly there and to hit this target. So it's probably one of the easiest way to prove their intent and to prove to find the chain of command, which is very important for the investigation of war crimes and for the future proceedings, court proceedings. Because the investigators and we, the people who are helping them, actually are thinking about the further competitive court processes. So there could be defendants, for example, this general who ordered to bomb this very scientific nuclear facility, and this general could have his lawyer and could argue something in his defense. So we are always thinking what those defendants could say. And that is very important to think in these terms, even if there will never be such a situation. That is how the due legal process works, and that is how the very concrete investigation or evidence is collected. That's just one small point. This nuclear facility now was built, was finished only 3 years ago, just before the war started in Kharkiv, or before Russian forces started to assault Kharkiv. And this scientific nuclear facility was built in a place of an old scientific nuclear facility or a nuclear reactor, a Soviet one, which was able to produce enriched uranium or nuclear fuel. And now we are going back to the Budapest Memorandum, which actually mandated nuclear disarmament of Ukraine. And in addition to removing the weapons, Ukraine was required to remove all the nuclear fuel and to dismantle this old Soviet nuclear facility capable of producing enriched uranium. And the United States funded building a new scientific nuclear reactor in the place of the old scientific nuclear reactor, which is not able to produce enriched uranium. So it cannot produce the dirty nuclear bomb, which is important for this case. I will tell you why. So and Russia, all those nuclear materials were actually, as a part of Ukrainian nuclear disarmament, they were moved to Russia. So Russia knew about the location of an old nuclear facility, about the location of a new nuclear facility. They had all the blueprints of this top secret location, which most of the people in Kharkiv had no idea it ever existed. But the Russians had the blueprints because the nuclear disarmament of Ukraine was a joint project of USA and Russia, and actually other countries, but USA and Russia were main countries. So this general who ordered the bomber to fly over the Petykhatki, this district of Kharkiv is called Petykhatki, this nuclear scientific campus, and to bomb this facility, they had access to all the information about location of this nuclear facility. From the day one, me and my team, we knew that they are targeting the nuclear facility, but we had to somehow find the proof. And that's not like, it's not quite oral history, but it's very much like this. You know, starting from the day one of existence of Ukrainian independent state, Russian Federation always promoted the idea of Ukrainian dirty bomb. Actually, the whole idea of Budapest Memorandum and disarmament of Ukraine was based on the idea that Ukrainians are very poor in managing nuclear stuff, nuclear weapons, so nuclear power stations, so everything, we are corrupt and everything should be moved from us. So for decades I was watching American and Russian or joint production movies where some dirty nuclear bomb was stolen in Ukraine. You may have seen such films as well. The latest are the films based on Tom Clancy's books. The latest was I saw was produced even during the war. So there is a dirty bomb. And Ukrainians should be, control it, not to produce or not to sell this dirty bomb to the terrorists. What happened during the first days of the war in Kharkiv? They were not, they tried to capture the city, very easy, in a very easy way. They failed and they started bombing the city and they started bombing this nuclear facility. And the day they started bombing the nuclear facility, Russians started distributing the news that Ukrainians are preparing their fake nuclear incident. So we, the Ukrainians, are preparing to create a dirty bomb from this facility. So we are bombing ourselves in Kharkiv to blame the Russians for the nuclear ecocide. What happened, in fact, that during the and those fake news, which, by the way, surface again and again, there are regular fake news distribution from Russia about Ukrainians preparing to do some dirty nuclear bombs. So these news were recorded via the so-called Berkeley Protocol for open source investigation. And open source investigation is a very important part of forensic evidence. And those news which were distributing via official Russian news agencies became the part of the forensic evidence. And my team had found those news even after they deleted everything. So they started to distribute those news. We recorded it in real time when it was happening in the beginning of March, and used the Internet archives to create the copies of those news. We knew they could remove it, and they did remove it. And those Internet archives, according to the Berkeley protocols, were added as a forensic evidence. So they were bombing nuclear reactors and blaming us, so we are bombing ourselves. That is a very popular narrative in Russian war. That something is happening, we are doing it ourselves. By the way, they are distributing such fake news still. And that is something that's a very small part of the work concerning this unique crime. By the way, it took 6 months for the management of this closely guarded nuclear facility to get the people from International Atomic Energy Agency to come to Kharkiv and to witness, to actually assess the damage to the facility. And there is a publication in this by this official agency which oversees nuclear safety over the world, which confirms the damage to the reactor. What is interesting that it took 6 months for them to come and to witness something. And right now, a few days ago, the head of this agency came to Kursk, to the Russian nuclear reactor in Kursk, and voiced his deep concern that Ukrainians could somehow damage it. Long before anything happened, nothing happened, but he was there. And they were not in Kharkiv for 6 months. It tells something. I think that many years from now, probably the role of Russia in those international agencies will be assessed too. And those facts, how long it takes for a official international agency to react on a real incident, and how long it takes to react to some potential threat, will be assessed and added as proof as well. I will be happy to answer any questions if there are any. That's my favorite topic, you know, but I know that I need to move to the acoustic terror. We have, by the way, publications about this case on our website, maidan.org.ua, both in Ukrainian and in English, and you are welcome to read them if you want, if you need more details. And now I want to move to the acoustic terror. What is acoustic terror? That is a term that we coined ourselves. And I will get to the ecocide later. Acoustic terror is something which we experienced during, registered or defined during the first weeks of the war, when our team both in Kiev and Kharkiv were discussing our experience. So we were sharing our experience, hearing all those scary sounds of the war which we never heard before. We were trying to record how the missile flying over the head sounds, how the bomb sound, how different types of the weapons, for example, long-range artillery is sounding. And we understood that it is very scary. And we understood that it is a special type of a terror which is experienced by millions of people, at least in Kharkiv and Kiev, or probably all over Ukraine, but Kharkiv and Kiev were two cities where we had the team to actually discuss it, to try to reason what's going on. And we came with an idea of acoustic terror. That is the term that our team, Maidan Monitoring Information Center, actually invented. And that is a special, that is additional type of a terror, because the Russian war is a terrorist war. They are trying to scare as many people as possible with different, scaring to kill them, to kill us, scaring to poison the water or destroy the nuclear facility and create the, nuclear pollution, because in this case, which I was telling you about, should the reactor be destroyed, it wasn't. But the danger still persists. Many kilometers, the radius of nuclear contamination would be, 12 kilometers or more. around this site. So the water in Kharkiv would be contaminated with nuclear radiation and so on. And the damage could be not only to the people, but to the all living beings, to the birds, to the animals, to the soil, to the air, and to the forests. Actually, everything which happens in Chernobyl could have happened on a smaller scale in Kharkiv. And that is where ecocide is coming for. Ecocide is a special type of a crime when the whole ecosystem can be affected. All the elements of ecosystem, and could be affected for a long time, for a very long time. And that is like ecocide. The crime of ecocide is present in a Rome Statute, in international criminal law, as a war crime, and actually that is what happening in Ukraine. And it happened in Kharkiv and Kharkiv region. The crimes of ecocide happened to be the first ones. It just happened. We have a Oskil River Dam, which was damaged long before the Kakhovka River Dam. We have other dams, and what is more important, we came with the idea of acoustic terror as the damage to acoustic ecology. Acoustic ecology is a popular term, like emerging field, which is emerging especially in Europe, which concern that all the living beings actually need their to be protected from the sounds and acoustic impact. They are not, we were not born to live with the shelling or bombing. And the birds were not born for it. We cannot adjust to it. It would probably require the millions of years of evolution for any living being to be adjusted to the bombing or shelling or, well, war, the sounds of the war. So we were talking a lot with the journalists, war journalists, who were covering other wars. Not only our war, but the war in Chechnya, war in Syria, war in Iraq. And they said that they think that the acoustic terror or the intentional shelling and bombing of some city, not with the intent to create as much noise as possible, not necessarily to damage something, but just to scare people as much as possible. And that is a crime which Russia is doing for decades, starting from Chechnya. So they are shelling some city or bombing a city to scare as many people as possible. They are not targeting, well, special civil or military object, but they are targeting the area of the city, for example, a hill, which they are targeting a hill, and the sound from the hit of a rocket or a missile on a hill is distributing over the whole city, and everyone hears it, is shaken, and is afraid. So we wanted to prove to create the forensic methodology to prove this crime, because we think that millions of people are the victims of the acoustic terror. And now I'm coming to the interviews, because the only way, as we see, to prove it is to talk to people. There is an impact on people, on people's health, and no one else can actually tell us what people are feeling, how we are reacting to the acoustic terror, to these bombings. By the way, there are often bombing the cities at night time. thus depriving people from their sleep. And sleep deprivation is the crime, but not in a war condition. For example, there are human rights, that is, the international treaties preventing the tortures, they forbid the sleep deprivation in prisons. But we are not in a prison. We are in a big city. Kharkiv is a 1.5 million of people. And we are sleep deprived because they are bombing us with different munition during the night time. And that is a big crime, but the problem is that this crime is not a part of any Rome statute. Nobody actually ever tried to prove this is a crime. So we came with an idea of interviews of victims of acoustic terror in Kharkiv. That Professor Igor Rushenko, he is a professor of Kharkiv Karazin University, and I'm happy to have Pani Gelinada from there, and to tell her and other people of our successful cooperation with Karazin University. He is a doctor of sociology. He came with their framework for semi-structural interviews with people who consider themselves victims of acoustic terror. And we did more than 30 very long interviews with the victims of this terror, which actually produced very interesting results. We have those, the big report published on our website in Ukrainian. You're welcome to read it. It's about acoustic terror. If you just Google acoustic terror, you will find everything on our website. And our initial hypothesis was to somehow find the system so we could provide the forensic, some kind of a methodology to provide the forensic evidence. But in fact, we found something deeper, I guess. Most of the people we talked to who live in Kharkiv, or who lived there are people who lived all the time in Kharkiv. In our sets of people who were interviewed, there are people who left and returned. There are people who were in Kharkiv like in first 2 weeks of the war and, well, moved to Kiev, for example. And most of the people, they are telling about their, most of them have problems with sleep disorders. Most of them are telling about the problems with the sleep disorders. Most of the people report the deterioration of health conditions, of previous health conditions they could have. For example, someone had their diabetes before the war, and now it is seriously, the condition is worsened, the level of glucose is increased. There are people who have problems with gastrointestinal tract illnesses. Lots of people, some people report a worsening of their heart conditions and so on. So what those interviews actually had shown, that probably this acoustic terror, along with other types of the terror, impact the long-term health of people. And we are living through this hell, through this terror, and it actually affects us more and more. This research introduced the idea of the idea of the so-called resounding. I'll try. I'm sorry that I'm not speaking very eloquently. I'm still trying to find the words. The so-called the idea that there are sounds, there are peaceful sounds we hear around. For example, some door is there is a loud sound of a door being shut, or for example the sound of a lawn mower. And people who are victims of acoustic terror, we are perceiving them as the sound of a drone, or a killer drone, or the heat from the rocket. So people living here, we perceive the peaceful sound, the normal sound, for example, the sound of the boiling kettle. The sound of the boiling kettle reminds someone of a bomber flying over their heads. And Professor Rushenko called it projection syndrome. So we are subconsciously expecting the sounds of the war all the time. And it is going on and on. And that is something which came in those interviews with the victims. And we would love to continue such work, such such a research. And we hope we will be able to do it to formulate not only the methodology for the war crimes investigations, and but also to think of the remedies, because it's acoustic terror. It looks like acoustic terror creates chronic stress, and we are not rebounding from this stress. I am speaking about myself because I am a victim myself of this acoustic terror. It doesn't matter how often the shelling or bombing is happening right now, once a week, once a day, or once a month. We are still expecting those sounds. Obviously, the longer the quiet days are, the more we can have some rest and to rebound, to forget about those scary sounds. But the experience of my grandmother, who was experiences those expecting those sounds of the war 30 years after the bombing of Kharkiv during the Second World War, it shows that it's a very prolonged effect. This research was supported by the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, our great partners from Germany, who are supporting our work for many years, and we hope that we will be able to present our results of our investigation and our research during the special panel of Kharkiv Security Forum on October 18th. And I invite everyone to join us. It will be broadcast online like right now, and I will be happy to see you. And if you're interested, you will hear more from the scientists and more from the health professionals about this topic. We have partners, the Professional Ecological Association from the Kryvyi Rih, which is called Stop Poison in Ukraine. And they actually introduced us with the idea of acoustic ecology. So acoustic ecology, so we are starting thinking that we can prove the very widespread crime of attempt of ecocide by disturbing this acoustic ecology of our habitat. During the first days of the war, when I started going out and filming the results of Russian hits in Kharkiv, the first day I saw a dead dove. the bird. You know, the birds, the doves were dying, their heart is exploding when they are flying, and for example, a rocket sound or some kind of a bomb is heard nearby. That is the reason why doves were excluded from the mail service during the First World War. So the birds are not surviving it. The acoustic terror seriously affects the dogs, for example, domestic and wild dogs. It affects lots of probably it affects even the insects, and all those parts of our ecosystem are important. Not only people, of course, people are most important, and the damage to people, because we are people, it is important for us to understand, to record, and to think of counteraction. But the damage to other living beings is important too. You should have seen how the dogs are reacting to the shelling. The first days of the war, when I was going to Petykhatki to record the damage to this nuclear facility and to the buildings around it, to the people, I saw the dogs in their makeshift bomb shelters, in those in those buildings where the people were hiding with their dogs. I don't even know who was reacting, who was most scared, people or the dogs. That is really the part of the war which is not so much covered, but I think it is important to record it too. I think I've told you everything. As for the videos, I think you can have a look at them in our YouTube channel. There are lots of videos on our YouTube channel, which is called Maidan Monitoring, and it would be better if we dedicate some few minutes to the discussion, I guess, and you can see all those videos yourself. Thank you.
Okay, Natalia, thank you so much for such a very deep and very unexpected from several sides presentation. So thank you for your courage. Thank you for your activity. Thank you for your initiative. It's a very great pity for me that I cannot hug you right now because of, you know, this screen, but that is a virtual my attempt, what I can do to attempt from this side of the screen. And I would like to open the discussion in the format we are doing these 3 days. Those who have questions, so you are welcome to join this podium, and so please come here. Take your seats, and who would like to be the first? We do have such an interesting composition of our discussion of joining one by one this podium and asking questions. And please, who would like to be next? So to be prepared to come here. Okay, let's start our conversation, and please, I don't know which camera to take a look here, or to Natalia to be comfort with. Which
I'm
camera?
okay.
Okay,
I'm
here. Yeah, for you to see the person who is coming with questions. So please.
Good day. Thank you, Natalia, for your amazing presentation. My name is Olga Vorobey. I'm from Institute of World History in Kyiv Academy of Sciences. And I do really similar work like you do, so I'm very interested. I'm just amazed because I would like to ask you, because I research energy terrorism of Russian Federation, and you notice this at the very beginning of your presentation, yes, of course. And do you think that we will have such maybe things on our future, that we will collect our our habits, yes, thank you, for collect, some maybe not useful things in our ordinary life because of this terrorism. For example, maybe you will have a habit to use maybe air plugs on your ears and sleep for help you sleep well or something. And maybe you know about other people about this, because we know after World War II people collect more food because they know that it can be finished and people can die. And maybe you know about these things. And you know that the Russian doing absolutely confirm me, and that's why it's it's called terrorism, to make our life worse or harm us, absolutely civil people. And for what reason you do your research? For juridical justice or maybe for form historical memory? Because I think we can be like in juridical way to prove our research, so maybe it's only for historical something. How you think and how you do your research. Thank you again.
Thank you. Actually, it's both ways, or even more. First is legal responsibility of the perpetrator. I firmly believe in something like a Nuremberg process, which will happen during my lifetime or later, but the perpetrators will be called and will be actually judged, and we will have our justice. And that is my firm belief and the belief of my team. I work with other great young people who are brave and who are doing all this stuff together with me. Also, the second is historical memory, obviously, but the third one is how to adjust, like you said, to add some, for example, hearing protection and so on. I don't believe in a fast closure of the war, so we need to adapt and we need to find some ways to adapt. For example, during one of the presentation about the acoustic terror in Kharkiv, someone said, some volunteer said that maybe we need to have something like a quiet rooms. For example, there is a room in the bomb shelter, very well acoustically isolated, where you can go and sit in the quiet, in the total quiet. Or maybe there could be some pleasant sounds like a waterfall or birds singing and so on. So that is maybe the remedy, and it's very important to think about those remedies as well. So as for the energy security or destruction of energy infrastructure, I cannot, for you, it may be important for you, is that this scientific nuclear facility I was talking about was created in part to research on the new types of nuclear power stations. That is a unique facility, which is not, which is the only one in the world, very advanced. And should it be working, it would be adding to seriously to our energy independence, to our energy security. And it was one of the reasons it was bombed is to deprive us of energy security. If you're interested, we can contact and talk about it in person after the conference. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. And the next question, Yulia Kiseleva from Kharkiv. Okay. Aha, okay. Thanks a lot. Okay, Yulia,
thank you very much. Thank you very much for your incredible work. Very important. And I want to ask you about your first project with nuclear facilities. As I understood that you cooperate with, of course, Ukrainian physics community, but what role have you been supporting by European physics community, and what's the role of this community in this process of persuading different agencies to come to Ukraine to witness the crimes and maybe in other situation. Thank you very much. And the next, my question about your second project, very interesting, absolutely. And maybe it would be, it will be the continuation of question of the previous speaker, because have you question in your questionnaires about resilient strategies, not just habits, but resilient strategies to cope with this, because like some strategies to listen more music, for example, to listen, I mean, you know, we talk some time about therapic influence of oral history, but it's a discussable question. But still, and maybe do you have these questions in your questionnaires?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I cannot talk about the physics community. That is not what I was doing. I know something, but it's not my experience. Sorry. I am a collector of forensic evidence, and we actually presented this very crime in the European Parliament. We had a year ago, we had an exhibition in the European Parliament, and we have a partner. She is a member of European Parliament from the Czech Republic, Markéta Grigorova. She is from Pirate Party, and she is a member of Greens and, coalition of Greens and right now I think Progressives, something like this, and she is helping us to raise awareness among the European politics in the European Parliament. She's like our voice, and also she's the only member of European Parliament who was twice in Kharkiv, starting the full-scale war, and she's like our voice in the Europe. She's our great friend. As for the coping strategies, it was a part of the research, and you can read it in the results paper. We were asking about the coping strategies, and as for the coping strategies, the most interesting is related, or most frequent related to how to work with the information. People who are more resilient, they are not trying to read all those channels, what is about, they are trying to detach themselves about the news, about the impacts. So they have created for themselves something like internal protocols, how to work with information about the bombing and shelling. If nothing is happening near you, don't bother. If something important is going on, someone will tell me personally. So those people are trying to do less interaction with the news sources, and to develop the same modus operandi as my grandmother did, which I mentioned. We are alive, thanks God. And do not elaborate more. So you should first think not about the bad things, some impacts, or what is going on, what is targeted, are people dead or not. First, you should think about your own security. Psychological security, physical security, then you should think about the security of the closest circle, like a family. Maybe call someone from your family and ask what's going on. People are developing actually those protocols of successful or efficient cooperation with the family. They are developing how to talk about the acoustic terror, about the fresh impacts. And people, and that is the most important. So people are creating their own protocols, how to live with it. I think it's the most important result of this coping strategy topic. And I think that the coping strategies is the most important part for the future research, and we'll be happy if any scientists join our research here. We can work with people here in Kharkiv. There are lots and do the offline, the live interviews, and we plan to continue. We can talk to people via internet. The first pilot research we did via the Facebook. The one which actually helped us to formulate the research ideas, and maybe together we can come with some solid technologies of coping with the war. Actually, what is interesting that Petykhatki used to be a small village, this scientific campus during the Second World War, and there is a lady there, she's 82 years old, who lived there during the war. She survived the Second World War as a child in this small village, and she is sharing her resilience strategies with the younger population, with the volunteers there. And they are saying that she's like a lucky charm for them, because she's telling them how she survived, what she was doing, what she was feeling, what was her daily routine during the Second World War. And the younger people, they are saying that she helps them a lot. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you very
much,
much.
Sachin. Yes, a very interesting and unexpected turn, yes, of our conversation. So how to make the parallels between the Second World War experience and the experience of nowadays. But okay, we are continuing our discussion. And Angela, please, still your questions, and we are going on.
Thank you very much for this topic and for your presentation. My name is Angela Belyak, and I'm studying social psychology. That's why I have a question about the second topic. While all symptoms you have called, they are very close to post-traumatic syndrome, as you know. And my question about the methodology and which steps, or how can you measure the impact of acoustic terror on the people? If you have made interviews with the people who cannot hear, for example, from the birth, if you have this group of respondents, and yes, please. So.
Thank you. Actually, that is a first step, and we have like hypotheses, not some hard facts. I will start with your last question about people who cannot hear. It is very interesting that there were several people. One is hearing impaired, totally hearing impaired, so a person who is living with those hearing aids. And another interviewee had misophonia. Misophonia is a state where the disorder, the psychological disorder, where sometimes types of the sounds are perceived by the person as a very traumatic. For example, for this person, it was the signs when someone is chewing, like something like this. So those people, those students, were not actually affected by the acoustic terror. They had different types of hearing problems, and their conditions somehow saved them from the impact of the acoustic terror. So they sleep normally. They have different types of hearing problems. So that can answer your question, but that was just a very small group. As for how to prove actually the impact, we are not there yet. We have several ideas. And the most obvious idea is a monitoring of the health condition. We want to find the people who are willing to participate in their health monitoring and to find the, of course, we need to find the funding for it and the health professionals who can actually guide us, because we do not have a single health professional in our team so far. There are sociologists, politologists, and war crimes and war journalists, but not health professionals. But we had interviews with health professionals. So the idea is to find people, for example, who had whose health can be monitored. For example, we can take their, we can use their blood tests before the full-scale invasion and during the full-scale invasion. For example, people with, maybe people with diabetes who are regularly having some kind of a test can be actually this control group. And for example, if we have someone from this group who lives near big hit site, it's very hard to actually calculate how to find this person, but just imagine that some big supermarket like across the street from me is being hit, and we know that this person who agreed to monitoring is nearby, and we can take his blood work like the next day after this. That is something which we discussed with the investigators. We work with the security service of Ukraine, in Kharkiv region, the team which investigates war crimes, and they are willing to think of some type of a methodology. It should be some kind of a medical examination anyway. I hope I answered your question. If you have more, I will be happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I have the next question about the term victim of acute terror. How you ask people about this, or if they tell you that, okay, I'm a victim of terror, acoustic terror.
Thank you for this question. We actually came with the definition of acoustic terror, and we in our research, in our this script or semi-structural interview script, we are presenting them with our definition of acoustic terror and asking them whether you consider yourself a victim of such an acoustic terror. If you're interested, we have everything available, the script of an interview in Ukrainian, so you can read it. If you are interested, I will send it to you or send to Pani Gelinada, and you can read it. And actually, it's self-reporting. As for the post-trauma, you said, unfortunately, it's not post yet. And that is the difference with post-traumatic or something, because we are still in the trauma. There is, the Russians are not allowing us to live in the post stage. So that is a re-traumatization going on and on. And what is very important that, for example, there were people in our interviews who immigrated, who lived in Europe for some time and returned to Kharkiv, and started, and for them who lived for a year, for example, in a very quiet condition, for them living through the acoustic terror was even more traumatizing than those people who are living all the time during this terror. Maybe we are more adjusted to this. So, for example, there are people who returned to Kharkiv, who, after living a year in Poland, and they were exposed to very, a month of very strong attacks on Kharkiv, and they left again because they could not survive it. And for people who live all the time, they are okay, well, again attacks, so we are like more adjusted to it. So maybe post-trauma is more applicable to those people who are leaving the city. I don't know, I am not a social psychologist, also I'm very interested in it, and I am not a health professional, so it's just my hypothesis, just what I told you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm totally agree that we have different positions. If are people staying really all the time during the war in Ukraine, or went abroad, or left Ukraine and came after, it's absolutely understandable. For me personally, and I have a question about your methodology. If you, what is the main step in your methodology, and
Well, actually, I'm not I am a project leader. I am not a sociologist. Probably it would be to ask Professor Rushenko, and it will be possible during this conference I told you about on October 18. But the main, actually, it was like a oral history. These interviews very and the first step was to find all the trigger events or possible trigger events for acoustic terror via their pilot research via Facebook and totally anonymous research. Then we summarized the ideas and came with the script for semi-structural interviews based on this preliminary pilot research. The idea was to make the person to talk a lot about their own experience. Also some people are not very good in talking about themselves, so maybe to talk about their families and then to talk about themselves, their own experience. Also, it was important to break through the psychological barriers, saying, oh yeah, acoustic terror is a big deal, but well, yes, it affects me, but not so much. And then during the interview, they were long interviews up to 2 hours. They were actually coming with their own experience and saying more and more how this acoustic terror affects them. And also the most important part was, of course, the coping strategies, because from the coping strategy you can deduce the previous parts. So they were very interesting observation there. By the way, I didn't mention very interesting fact, which was actually made visible with this interview, that the most scary part for the war right now, the war in the city, that you don't know where from where the danger is coming from. It's not like a direct front line and people when one side is shelling from one side, another is shelling to another side. We have a very interesting testament there from some people who are helping to evacuate from the war front line or near front line. A family who came to Kharkiv from Volchansk. Not right now, before, when Volchansk was actually Kupiansk. Kupiansk is a town in Kharkiv region which is contested for 2 years right now, or nearly contested zone. And they said that in Kupiansk, they understand where danger is coming from. So the Russians are shelling from this side and the Ukrainians from this side, and you know how to react, where to hide, how to hide. It was, by the way, before the Russian glided bombs started to be used, which changes the situation somehow. And in a big city, you don't know where to expect the danger from. And this unexpected direction, I think, contributes to the terror.
Okay, may I continue?
And that is an unexpected part of the, we did not expect to find such, and there are more such gems or such finds in this research. And should we continue it, I think we will find more and more.
Okay, my question will be as a detailization of the previous one concerning even not a methodology, but probably the future plans. What are you going to do with these interviews in the future? Probably only collect or make book or publish book, or probably produce certain kind of documentary or something like that. Did you get the consent from these people to use their interviews in this or
Yes.
that purpose? So the plans for the future from with these interviews and probably with your activities, this activity of research of acoustic terror.
First, we may publish all the interviews, well, editing all the personal data, and we are contemplating it. Also, we right now we are producing the documentary about the ecocide, nuclear ecocide. As for the acoustic terror, and this documentary about nuclear ecocide should be ready in October. It should be broadcast on Suspilne, on our public television in Ukraine, and we will do the subtitles so it can be shown in Europe as well, well, anyway with the English subtitles. As for the acoustic terror, maybe we will produce a book, because it's very hard to actually visualize. It's very hard to even resound, because, you know, when you record the bombing, well, you can record the impact of the bomb, but it will not sound like we hear it. So it's very hard to recreate, actually. So probably the only way to recreate it for the history is producing the books, like you said. As for the interviews, probably the film about acoustic terror is very hard to do. We don't know. We would love to do it, but we don't know how. Maybe someone can join us and help us with some ideas, because it's sound and shock waves and not something visual. It's very hard to do it, and just recreating the sound would, we discussed it many times, and it would require the sound engineering of the level which merits Oscars. For example, if anyone saw the Oppenheimer movie, there was a, it has great sound effects, especially in this episode when with the first nuclear test. So to just resound this acoustic terror requires very big effort on the sound engineering. And I know a guy from Zaporizhzhia who is trying to do some kind of artistic resounding of this terror. Well, it's something different. I don't know. I would love to do it, but I don't know how, except publishing books.
Okay, and we can ask for probably not advice, but a comment for the specialist who knows how to deal with this recreating of sound effect. Oksana, please.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for your report. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm not a specialist. We simply yesterday we discussed one artistic work connected with the sound experience, and it's a project of Open Group, Repeat After Me. Now it is presented in Polish Pavilion in Venice Biennale, and it's the idea is very simple and maybe therapeutic. So refugees from Ukraine in Poland tell their stories and reproduce the sounds of war. The sounds of war, so the bombing or the sound of the plane, and they ask people, visitors, to repeat this sound. So it's not about creation of the experience of acoustic terror, but about the transformation of our new acoustic experience into the field of sharing our pain, our stories, and so on. So they create such effect of karaoke So it looks slightly creepy, but really visitors who come to this pavilion can take mic and repeat after a person this sound, and this is some maybe therapy.
Okay, thank you, Oksana.
Thank you, that's great. That's a great idea.
From art critic to an anthropologist and oral historian, Natalia, thank you so much for sharing your research and findings. I want to go back to the comparative perspective and some sort of a comparative context. You've mentioned, did write it down, that nobody tried to prove the acoustic terror is a crime. And I took it down in my notebook thinking I would like to hear more about the broader context in which you have come up with this statement. The reason I'm wondering about that is that I have heard and I've seen work done by other scholars, not necessarily legal professionals, focusing on the effects of sound, war sounds on the general population. In particular, we had a scholar on the University of Alberta campus reflecting on that in the context of Israel-Hamas war. Or Hamas-Israel war, to be correct. And I'm wondering if when you were exploring the way forward with your work and with your methods, whether you've looked around internationally to see what else has been done elsewhere. So, of course, we've got so many wars going on in the world. So if you could maybe comment on that, I would.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, it's very interesting what you said, and I would love to read this research, if possible. The research of acoustic terror was finished in February 24. 24. And before that, we could not find anything. And maybe the research you are mentioning was published a bit later. But we were trying to find anything related to the Second World War. We were not able to find it for many reasons. We have volunteers from the US, a lawyer from the US, she was trying to find something, and we were not able to find any recent research of anything like this. And maybe this Hamas-Israel war is the only one which actually created such kind of research. We didn't see it before. The main phase of the research was ended by February 24, and up to that time, we didn't find anything. Maybe we will be able to find anything more, and we will be happy if anyone or you or those researchers can actually join us, or we can join forces together.
Can I ask you one more short question? And it's related to my first question, going back onto the legal plane. So I'm also assuming no one has done it internationally in order to, coming back to that claim that acoustic terror is being pursued in Ukraine for the first time, and that you refer to the international scene, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Actually, the term is not present, acoustic terror, and the testimonials we heard from for example, aid workers or war journalists in those previous wars, they were just anecdotal evidence, not anything solid put into some kind of a legal framework. And it's understandable because all those wars, there were no domestic investigators actually to work on it or to record on it. And this Hamas-Israel war may be the first one when there is a national legal framework which could be, or international, which could be interested or is capable of recording all this. The previous wars, as far as I know, they just didn't do it. And thank you for pointing that out. I didn't even think about comparing this experience, but it's actually evident, as you told it.
Okay, thank you so much. So we do have time for only one very short last question. Who would like to put it? Are there? Okay, Eleonora. You too. Hey, but very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome, Eleonora. No? Okay, Nadia.
This one. Okay. Thank you very much for your amazing presentation. I have this question about acoustic recovery. Maybe something from your something among your interlocutors said something about safe places, some ways to have acoustic recovery after all this hard situation, because I remind my episode from some interviews when people in the very hard time of bumping were singing all this time, and it was some way for recovery.
Well, music, yeah, music is one of the most common coping strategies mentioned. Singing, also listening to some kind of classical or other music. Actually, any music people like, or any music which they can immerse into. But what is the most interesting is I can share something from my own experience. You know, I've been to the movie theater watching one of the recent blockbusters with a very good sound, you know, this 7D or something sound, very well, good acoustics in a good movie theater. I think it was Duna. With a very, they were recreated war sounds. Well, there was some kind of a bombing and so on. And paradoxically, I left this movie like refreshed. There was artistic, very high quality, artistic resounding of the war sounds. And by the way, the movie theater is on the top floor, and there was the, as usual, air alarm and the danger of being bombed and so on. So it was like going on in the parallel, these movies with those artistic sound of the war and the real danger. And I left the movie theater like refreshed, and I tried to repeat it for myself. I'm just talking about myself. So I found some high quality, some horror movie with a high quality sound. I think it was The Fall of a House of Ushers. This is a series, movie series. I think it's in one of the streaming platforms. I don't remember exactly, quite a new one with a very high quality sound, surround effects, and there were some like shattered glass, lots of scary sounds, and for me, just watching it and hearing it, not watching, but hearing it, was a refreshing experience. Maybe it is something similar to what our colleague just said about repeating those, or karaoke effect of those sounds. It's just for me, that's something I can share. I don't know how common such a effect is, but maybe, well, I am not a unique person. Maybe, well, it could be perceived as some like recreation of danger, but in a controlled and artistic space.
Okay, thanks a lot. So our session is coming to an end. It's over. Dear Natalia, I really amazing that you're so courage, that you're so positiveness. I wish you from all my heart to stay safe, and I think that all our audience is wishing you the same. Stay safe, stay strong, and yes, my very, very big wishes to Kharkiv and to you. Thank you so much, and our applause.
And I hope there will be some kind of a continuation of a communication with experts.
Yeah, let's think about that, and thank you once again.
I invite you to ask more, to research more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. The next point of our program is the presentation of Christina Hook. Let's allow me introduce Christina. She is an assistant professor of conflict management and Kennesaw State University School of Conflict Management, Peace Building and Development, a specialist in Ukraine and Russia. Her expertise includes genocide and mass atrocity prevention, emerging technologies and disinformation, post-conflict reconstruction, and war-related environmental degradation. It's connected with previous presentation. She regularly consults with government, multilateral and human rights organizations on these issues. Prior to her time in academia, she served as a U.S. Department of State Policy Advisor for Conflict Stabilization and in leadership roles with several non-governmental organizations. And her presentation topic is pursuing justice and a just peace for Ukraine, the role of testimony to judicial accountability and broader social healing. Christina.
Thank you very much. I have a PowerPoint presentation as well, which maybe we can get up. There we go. So I love sometimes speaking on the last day of a conference like this because I've benefited from all of this cascading of learning that we've been doing together. And in other ways, it's quite challenging because it's the pressure to sort of bring together all of this richness that we've had over the last few days. So I will do my best to do so. And when I was thinking about how to kind of gather our thoughts on this last day of the conference, I built on this presentation that I had planned, but I sort of began to think about it differently in my own mind. We've talked about how complex justice is and how complex it is to think about the way that justice can run through institutions like the court, as well as these deeper needs of justice for Ukrainian society to be understood, to be heard. So I'm going to be engaging testimony in 3 different categories that, at least in my mind, make sense. And the first is very pragmatic. How can we, and how have I in my career, very pragmatically used testimony in applied efforts? And applied efforts, to me, I'm referring to legal processes and to policy processes. But as we know that this is never enough to capture what justice is or to capture people's need for justice. And so for me, this is the second category of what I call testimony in history, that it was actually the topic of Holodomor that brought me to Ukraine almost 10 years ago at this point. And so when we think about conversations that many of us in Ukrainian studies have had, as one Ukrainian colleague put it, it was about Ukraine missing from people's mental maps. And so how does history, how does bridging these conversations of the past and present, particularly as it relates to Moscow and Ukraine relations past and present, how is that important for global conversations of Ukraine? And then the third one is just thinking about our gathering here. And so many of us are scholars and experts. We have a lot of people, myself included, from academia in the room. And as I think about where we're going as an academic landscape, I think about a lot of the different bodies of academic thought that are going to be joining us in Ukraine. And I, for example, teach in an interdisciplinary conflict management department. We have a lot of different names for basically a similar interdisciplinary field. We call it sometimes conflict management, conflict resolution, or my PhD is in anthropology and peace studies. But it's all about the sort of interdisciplinary approach to topics of conflict. And unfortunately, because of everything that's happened, and honestly, over the past 10 years, we're going to have a lot of these people that have a lot of technical expertise in these conflict topics, but that may be newer to Ukraine. And so what might the role of testimony say to them? And this part of the presentation is a little bit of a reaction to some of the things that I've heard from very, very brilliant and sensitive conflict scholars that don't know Ukraine or don't know the Russia-Ukraine war over the last 10 years very well. And when I hear their remarks, they are bringing something to the table, but it's missing something. And so how can we think about testimony as helping our colleagues that don't quite know Ukraine as well, but have something to say to this broader conversations of global conflict? How can we use testimony to help them understand this context better? So the first part of my presentation is probably the most technical, the most legal, and it kind of builds, and it's a bookend a little bit to what Dirk was talking about on our first day, genocide in all of these different arenas, particularly the legal arena that Dirk talked about, and saves me a lot of the work of going through again. And I think that Dirk and I are sharing thematically some of the similar concerns about genocide, because it is a topic that is so holistic for me as an anthropologist, and yet in some ways so narrowly defined for jurisprudence, for legal accountability efforts. And something that has also been important for me, that has also affected my career as a person who's engaged with this subject of genocide from policy, from scholarship, for the legal efforts that I support, or even from the advocacy world. We use this term professionally in different ways. And so how do we engage this topic of genocide and of atrocities in not just the courtroom and not just law, but also in policy and also in research? And this is where I said testimony for me has a very important pragmatic role in these arenas. So I wanted to bring up some of the legal things, and I bring the crime of aggression into our conversation, and I'm going to come back to it at the end. So there's a method to the madness here. But I think, that these photos of the same city, of Mariupol, are very painful for us. And it's obviously impossible to even just capture a complex phenomenon in one photo. But I've done my best with this one. But it's important when we think about the crime of aggression and how rare it has tended to be in most of our lifetimes. And I think why, as I mentioned, I'm going to come back to at the end, that sometimes there's this missing element to some of the global discourse on Ukraine. And I think that this crime of aggression is related to it. So when we look at the crime of aggression, it is found in different legal documents and things like that. I've pulled out a few of the elements just to focus our mind on the technical legal language that we're working with. First of all, it has to do with the planning, the initiation, or the execution. So any of these types of stages of large-scale and serious active aggression using a state military force. I'm going to come back to this repeatedly throughout my talk, but again, this idea of an interstate war is something that's very different about what's going on now between Russia and Ukraine. The crime of aggression is also a leadership crime in jurisprudence. And that's important because, it's a high-level leadership crime. So this would be talking about the president of Russia, the prime minister of Russia, the minister of defense of Russia. And that's very important. Those figures are very important to the conversation of accountability. But we've also had so many conversations in our time together about that's not enough. I think we all cringe a little bit when people say Putin's war, right? So for those type of reasons, this is both important, but it would never be enough because this would be just a leadership crime. And so it is in contrast to atrocity crimes, which I'm about to go into. Those can include those lower level perpetrators. And again, just to sort of look at some of the novelty and the newness that I said I'm going to come back to as one structural, systematic way of engaging with this crime that is unfolding in our lifetime now that I wasn't sure I'd ever see. We have had things like the EU Agency for Criminal Justice opening up this center to prepare for prosecution. So it is in contrast, as I said, to atrocity crimes. These are very, very short snippets of the jurisprudence and the legal language about these crimes. And, I want to bring it back. I actually, as I said, I don't view what Dirk and I said in contrast to each other. I also find that legal categories are important but never enough, as I like to say, that there is a value in separating a perpetrator and putting them away so that they cannot continue to do harm to their victims, but it's also never enough. And it also, I think that there is often this moral hierarchy that unconsciously develops in people's minds about these crimes, and that's not right, that everybody deserves their day in court, and it is very important for prosecutors to think through what they can feasibly get through a court system. even if they don't think that that captures the full truth, because it might be better, for example, to prosecute if you have the legal evidence for what we might say is, a lower level crime, but you have enough evidence. Perhaps that would be a stronger case than if you strongly suspect that they're also guilty of a higher level crime, the prosecutor goes for it, and the victim loses their chance to have that perpetrator in court at all. So there is that tension there. So there's the sort of moral issues, there's the very pragmatic issues, but there's also these differences between the crimes. And the way I think about it, not moral differences, not levels of suffering or anything like that, but just some pragmatic differences that might help us understand perpetrator ideology, which is sort of where I come at this conversation. And so when we look at these, for example, we would see war crimes. Those happen exclusively in the legal standard in times of armed conflict. Crimes against humanity can be in what we might call, sort of euphemistically peacetime, or in context of official armed conflict. Or when we compare crimes against humanity and genocide, we've covered this already in our time together, but they share some features. Like, for example, we might expect to see both widespread and systematic evidence, but genocide is not just about prohibited acts, it's also acts done with a specific intentionality, and that's missing from the sort of jurisprudence around crimes against humanity. That's why, for example, sometimes it is chosen by prosecutors who think that, just proving the crimes might be a little bit of something that they can reach versus proving the crimes with a specific intentionality. So, I also will say that, I know that I share the sensitivity with many in the room about the importance of language and spelling, right? So even the spelling of particular Ukrainian cities can feel very political. Or this particular language, often correcting, for example, the international tendency to say the war in Ukraine, which really rubs me the wrong way because we've totally erased the perpetrator from the war. So in that interest of thinking really carefully about our terminology, my preference when I talk about the sort of targeted atrocities in this context is I like to use this language of atrocity crimes, Russian atrocity crimes in Ukraine, even though atrocity crimes comes from a policy document. It comes from the 2014 UN Framework for the Analysis of Atrocity Crimes, by which they mean these three. But I prefer that in this context as a person who, even in the short words I use, is trying to bring a little bit of nuance to the conversation. And so I prefer atrocity crimes over talking about just saying, for example, as many do, conversations of, let's say, Russian war crimes in Ukraine. I don't prefer that because I think that we lose these layers of this coordinated, systematic targeting that we have seen in a really pronounced way over the last few years. So that's why I use this language of atrocity crimes. So the Genocide Convention, we've already talked about this, but I said I wanted to talk a little bit about the way that in my work with legal experts, the way that we've used testimony, we have engaged these conversations of genocide. And in my own career, I've engaged the conversation of genocide and Russian committing genocide in Ukraine as a scholar, as a person trying to push for a particular policy response, as well as with lawyers. And so I highlighted just a few of the pieces of the definition. We also talked a lot about as such on our first day, so I left that off. But a couple of the things that I wanted to point out that sometimes there is confusion around is, for example, it means any of these acts. So you don't have to prove that all of them have occurred. In most cases, all of them have not. It's just one of these 5 prohibited acts committed with the intent to destroy. So this act committed, one of these 5, committed with that motivation to destroy a group in whole or in part. And I also highlighted the word national. So in our conversation of Ukraine, we talk about the targeting of the Ukrainian national community, which is something different. As you know, I don't have to tell a room full of Ukrainians how diverse Ukraine is. And so it's the targeting of Ukraine as a national group, not this ethnic targeting, because as you know, Ukraine is diverse, and this is targeting the whole national group of Ukraine. So I also just wanted to show you a little bit, these are the acts in the Genocide Convention that are deemed punishable. And that's something that also can surprise some audiences where, and it makes sense, right, that you hear the Genocide Convention and you think the convention is intended just to punish the practice of genocide, but it's actually a bit broader than that. It includes things like conspiracy or attempt or complicity. And it also, as I don't have to tell a room full of primarily Ukrainian experts, and even with our documentary yesterday, Intercepted, that there is a lot of this language of incitement. In the Genocide Convention, the question of incitement is restricted to what is in legal scholarship deemed direct and public. So I'm going to come back to that. But I just wanted to show a little bit about how we've tried to engage the structure and the limitations of the Genocide Convention, but also bringing testimony into some of these conversations. And, I am trained as an anthropologist, and my dark humor is that I'll look forward to Ukrainian victory and to Ukrainian safety, where I can go back to just being a little bit, cranky about the Genocide Convention and saying it doesn't capture the full complexity of human behavior. But it does exist, and it was ratified or acceded by 153 different countries. And to me, that there's a sort of minor miracle in that, because, I often say it would be hard for me. It's hard to even get 153 different countries to sign like a UN General Assembly resolution now. And this wasn't just that. Ratified or acceded means that every country that has ratified or acceded it has adopted this into their domestic legal structures. So for example, it didn't happen in the United States, my home country, until the 1980s, but it did pass our sort of process of bringing this into our own domestic legislation and binding ourselves to it. And so I also, I wanted to mention some of the work that I've been involved with a team of primarily legal experts. And so I was the principal author of the report here, but this team was working really, really quickly. And in May of 2022, less than 3 months in, they released a first version of this where they were talking about the Genocide Convention and the duty to prevent. And so what we see in the Genocide Convention language that I do find helpful, that I do find a little bit miraculous that it made it through the language. Now it's about the political will to uphold it. That's a different question. But what is in the language is that that it is not just about punishing genocide, but it is also about triggering this duty to prevent genocide. And that's very contentious. This is the topic of panels at our genocide conferences, but it is in there. And so the first report was about, we know enough, less than 3 months into the full-scale invasion, we know enough in these particular ways to say that there is this duty to prevent. And then the team asked me to come about a year later and to evaluate some of the breaches that we saw. And so I wanted just to put, it's a 60-page document, but I wanted to just have up here, if you want to read it, the way that we speak in this very technical way. And then I'll talk through a little bit more about what it means. But I wanted to just kind of show you the kind of language that will probably sound familiar from also Dirk's presentation. And then I wanted to tell you a little bit of the sort of behind-the-scenes story of how we also tried to bring testimony into language like this. So this is from the executive summary. So it's, very tightly worded. It's not the full case on all of it, but we talk about reasonable grounds to assess that Russia is a state actor, because we were not arguing individual criminal liability in this report. We were talking about state responsibility, so the responsibility of the Russian Federation and its state actors. And so we were talking about this language of reasonable grounds to believe. You might recognize this language, the pattern of atrocities from which an inference to destroy the Ukrainian national group in part can be drawn, documented evidence, and then I'll go into the report a little bit more. But what I wanted to say was, this is the type of language that is very important to use for our legal colleagues and even for our policy colleagues. And it is based on all of these individual experiences of victims. But as you can see, their voices, just sort of on the surface of language like this, their voices are a little bit missing from the way that these type of legal arguments have to be made. And so because this was intended, it is printed, and we do hand out the print versions of it, but because it was also intended to be an online document, we had the flexibility with how long we wanted to make it to go a step beyond this. And so that's why the report ended up being so lengthy. It was about 60 pages. And so whenever we would write this, we would write what needed to be there for the purpose that we were writing the report, for legal scholarship, for policymakers. But in every case where we would first use language like this, we had the prerogative, we made the decision as authors to also include testimony. So we would often first, if you read the report, you'll see, we walk through the prohibited acts, we walk through why we think that they were done for the intent to destroy. And then we also usually, in almost every section where we have stories and individual testimonies that we are authorized by the victims to use, we take the time to say things like, we don't just talk about, let's say, the prohibited act of imposing measures intended to prevent births, which in a lot of jurisprudence has included rape, rape with the expressed intent to reduce, let's say, a woman's desire to get married or to have children. So we would include, where we had testimony that we could use, we would walk through the pattern of atrocities that we needed to make that case, and then we would include those testimonies. And so I bring that up because I'm really glad we made that choice, but it's always like a tension, right? We all have these tensions that we face in our work. And so for us, it was, how can we establish these patterns, which are really important for the conversation, without also accidentally leaning into these tensions for, this to become crimes without faces. So, many of us, I think, have listened to people like Alexandra Matvichuk, where she often says in a very poignant way, like, people are not numbers. So how do you navigate this tension with a legal process where you do need to establish a pattern? Genocide is a group crime, while also, when you can, with the permission of the victims, also include these individual stories. And that was a choice that we made. And so one of the assistants that I was working with was an intern at the time of the New Lines Institute, and she's also Ukrainian. And she was a tremendous help on the report in a lot of different ways. But she also would help me a lot with how many footnotes there are in this report. And we would have these conversations about documentation. And we would have these conversations about, this is very dry work to get a bibliography formatted in a certain way. But it also really matters, because when you're making these big claims, you should have evidence. Like, you shouldn't make big claims without evidence. And so we would have these conversations about how we could include strategically the testimony, the individual testimony, into a report that is largely a group pattern-based crime. And then we would have these conversations about, let's put as many footnotes as we can. Let's just spend the time and do the work to have as many references as we can on every point that we're making, as that's this process of documenting. So those are some of the choices that we made, even in the legal spheres, to try and include testimony. I'll just give you a short snippet of what we found. So this is the big, the sort of summary of what we're making an argument for. So we talk about these prohibited acts when they're committed with intent. And what I will say, what is very unusual for me as a person who cares very deeply about every victim that I've ever worked with in any context, but what has felt different for me in this case is, I think, sometimes the brazenness of figures like Putin, and those that feel emboldened on his side, that feel emboldened by how brazen and how open he is with a lot of things. What has been very unusual for me with documenting this case has been the evidence of prohibited acts, as we argue, with intent in all 5 categories. That's not needed. Any case can meet this threshold with just one prohibited act. But this is very unusual, and this is something that I don't have to tell you, but when I speak with global audiences, I bring that up to say, we're working with perpetrators that are working very hard, and we need to just keep in mind that it's actually our job to outwork perpetrators. And then I've also talked a little bit about the central duty of the Genocide Convention as prevention. So I won't go into that. And then I wanted to, this isn't really testimony, right? This is discourse. But I wanted to go into this role of language because it is related to a lot of the topics that we've been going into. And we did watch a documentary with sort of lower level figures saying these terrible things. And I wanted to just bring up that role of language is actually codified in the Genocide Convention. And it is something that from the start has been something that other colleagues and Ukrainian colleagues have been working on. And this is about direct and public incitement. Again, that has a high threshold, so that you have to go through, when you're working with legal terms, you go through and you say, what does direct mean in the law? What does public mean in the law? And so we do that. But we make the case that it's there, and we actually made the case going back to May of 2022 that that was something that was existing right off the start. And so in this report, we talked about how that there was no evidence we saw that direct and public incitement from the time of the first report in May of 2022 to July of 2023, that it had either decreased in the quantity of this direct and public incitement or in the tone. And so, I don't have to tell you a lot of what this means, but we went through, and about half the report is going through what I would call discourse samples and looking at them from this framework. And one of the just very quick examples would be, the sort of Russian narrative, Russian dehumanizing narrative from early 2022 was about denazifying Ukraine. Well, it was actually even after the May 2022 report where these new tropes of desatanizing, right? Do you remember we all had this uptick in Russian discourse about desatanizing Ukraine? That happened afterwards. That was something that was introduced even after, in a legal sense, the Russian Federation had been put on notice for its incitement. And that's very important. As much as I think it is not helpful to put all of our eggs for justice in the basket of the court system, it is actually important that there is a case that happened just recently where there was a 26-year manhunt for a propagandist in the Rwandan case. And he was arrested 26 years after the fact in a sort of dawn raid. It was very dramatic. And so there is no statute of limitations even for this type of language. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about the law, but as I sort of queued up my own point, it's usually never enough for victims. It's both important, it's indispensable. That's why I feel this is a good use of my time as a scholar, but it's also never enough. And I think it's also important for us to recognize that the court system was never set up nor intended to be an arbiter of truth in the way that we get to pursue it as experts, without any sort of this being locked into particular definitions. And so I don't have to tell you where this is, probably this is a Zoom. But I wanted to just kind of put this picture up and for us to think about how we would approach a space like this and some of these different professional roles. So a lawyer would approach a case like this and they would be thinking about the specific ways that evidence is collected. And it's very, very strict. And sort of at its essence, I support it being strict because we also don't want to accidentally convict the innocent in court. So there are all of these burdens of proof on prosecutors and on investigators to collect evidence for crimes in very specific ways. And what we have seen in every case of armed conflict is that is very hard to uphold in the chaos and complexity. And also often, there are people that are engaging spaces that might not be trained in what needs to happen for a particular case to be able to see its day in court. And that there are some times where what the law requires and what a victim's family might want, they can come into conflict. And so an example that I have seen in many armed conflict contexts is if a mass grave is found, and the surviving family is very upset that their family member is in a mass grave, they might ask for their family member to be removed from the mass grave. It's a very understandable human thing. And often people want to support that family, so they oblige. What has happened then is that case can probably not be prosecuted in court because the body has been moved and it breaks into these ideas of chain of custody. And so it's often very likely that in many cases like this, that what can be introduced into the legal system and even what the family wanted in that moment are in conflict. And so I think that that's really important, that we can engage the legal structures. It's very important for me to take a really firm line with the rights that I believe that every Ukrainian has under international law. These are your rights as an international, citizen of the world, right? These are crimes like these are considered crimes against all, but at the same time, kind of understanding, as Dirk has also alluded to, these legal thresholds and even how they can conflict with what families might want. And that's why I say that it's important to kind of remember that court systems are intended and they're based around figuring out who can be punished for a crime, but they are not intended and never intended to be the arbiters of truth, the arbiters of ultimate truth. And I apologize if you have heard me talk before because you have heard me say this, but I can't help myself. I say it every time because it's important to me. I often talk about figures like in America, Al Capone was our notorious gangster. We all know he was a gangster. He lived in Chicago, lots of books, lots of movies, all of that. But if you didn't know anything about this individual and you just looked at his criminal record, you would see like, oh, he cheated on his taxes, because that's all the prosecutors were able to get. And so there's this kind of pro and con, right? So on the one hand, he was a dangerous person and he was put in prison for taxes. But on the other hand, all of the other people, the scholars and all of this that preserved the legacy of everything that he had done, including violence, is very important for the actual truth of who this person was in American history. And so that's why I think that we can engage the legal process without assuming that it will tell us what happened. That is actually our job as scholars, from the little pieces of expertise that we're all working on, to preserve the record of what's happened. And that's why when I talk about genocide as a scholar, it's a little bit different than when I'm talking about it in a courtroom, where I know that it's structured in this particular way. So on that note, this is kind of probably my longest section. I think, even talking about what the testimony in terms of who Ukrainians are in global conversation, I don't have to tell you that. So I decided to spend a little bit more time on my remarks in this first section about the pragmatic use of testimony. And I wanted to talk a little bit about how we also translate, these categories of atrocities or genocide into policy decision-making, and maybe some of my thoughts. I would actually really enjoy getting your thoughts too, but how testimony can help us with this type of policy work. So when we are engaging these big words like genocide, I've talked a lot about how it's structured and even limited in the law. But for my background, for someone like me who has also worked in policy where, you've got to decide that day what you're thinking, not to necessarily introduce what you're thinking into court, but to make some kind of decision around what am I seeing? What type of violence? How can I diagnose this type of mass violence that I'm seeing? Not because, for example, if it's like, oh, it's not genocide, so it's fine. No, but even if it's not genocide, you need to understand that perpetrator logic so you can be most effective in actually targeting what the perpetrator is trying to do. And I sort of, I think about it, for policy, it's trying to stop in real time what these people are doing. And, we have to sort of put ourselves in that dark mindset of atrocity perpetrators. You're working with people who are profoundly selfish. They are profoundly self-focused, right? They have decided that they have the right for whatever goal they're going after to take other people's lives. So you have to kind of get into their mind. What are they trying to do? How can I try to stop them on such a way that would enter their consciousness, whatever that means? And that's why for me, working in policy around this question of atrocities and genocide, I am going after every case, whether it has quote unquote the evidence of genocidal logic or not. But if I am seeing these signs that indicate for me ideologies of group destruction, that's also important, even if it's an internal conversation, because I can therefore kind of diagnose as best I can in real time what I'm seeing and come after that perpetrator in such a way that might be most effective. And so that's why for me and for some of the genocide scholarship that I draw from, it's been from people who sort of look at violence as a complex phenomenon, and we say even that it might change over time, but there might be peaks in it that are really strong evidence, as best you can tell, of this intent to destroy a group on the basis of their group identity. And so I just wanted to, if you'll indulge me, give you just a really quick rundown of some of the ways that we go after, in a global sense, atrocity perpetrators, and then I'll bring it back to why I think it's important to kind of diagnose or not. But I think it's maybe helpful to, even in a simple way, think about like, how do you as a policy person or a person advising policymakers, how do you approach cases of global atrocities? So this is something from James Waller. I borrowed his slide, so all credit to him. But this is something that we use in a really common sense to wrap our mind around the victims of intentional violence around the world. And so we use this language of upstream, midstream, or downstream. It's very jargony, but if you work in atrocity prevention, you'll hear this term. And it basically means, like, before a crisis breaks out, how are you doing things such as to support those societal resiliencies? If you're seeing signs, for example, of what we would call atrocity risk, what can you do before that sort of match is lit? What can you do to reduce the risk that mass atrocities might break out? midstream, when the crisis is actually happening, this is very, very hard. And actually what I'm going to argue to you is that for me, from a policy perspective, when you kind of see a genocidal dynamic in real time, that this is possibly hardest of all. But this is when the crisis has happened. It's very, very hard for any type of atrocity that you're seeing to stop it, but that doesn't mean you don't try, but it is hard at this point. That's why most policy attention is focused on what we would call upstream cases. But midstream, when it is occurring, when this outbreak of atrocities is occurring, what can we do to prevent further loss of life? And then we even carry it through after that victim group is secure, in whatever way that looks like in different cases. How do we help support that society in their healing process? How do we help protect it from future atrocities? How do you help break cycles of, for example, targeted people, then later, maybe in a generation, becoming perhaps perpetrators themselves? How do you manage all of this in these different cases? And there's a lot of different tools that we can use. I call it sort of, and these are just a few of them, but I call it a little bit of the shopping list, the options. There are many more options than I'm about to show you, but hopefully what I'm about to show you is that there are a lot of things that we can do. We should never feel helpless. So for all global cases, not just Ukraine, but for all global cases, these are some of the ways that we approach legal response tools. And again, thinking this through with James Waller, he's called to our attention that it's not just always coercive. We often think, coercing perpetrators, but there are, particularly in this upstream space, cooperative things that you can suggest. And so here are just some of the legal response tools. So maybe if, since we're recording this, maybe I will read them out if that will be helpful for others to hear. But it's things like on the sort of what we might think of as more cooperative than coercive. It's things like monitors to observe compliance with human rights standards and law. So we might think of the OSCE SMM in Ukraine, so things like that. That was before the full-scale invasion. Or you might think of, in different cases, offers of amnesty or immunity that are often linked to getting people to testify, often people lower in the food chain to testify on their superiors. You can have things like domestic support of dispute resolution. There's often atrocities that can come about when people inside a country feel that one group is exploited in some way. Or you can have, these sort of references to international law and norm. When people say, what is the difference between domestic and international law, I often say it's the enforcement mechanism. So the enforcement mechanism, for example, US domestic law is US police, US prosecutors, all of this. The enforcement mechanism for international law, I always, in a very cheesy way, I say, look around, right? So political will plays a massive, massive role in the enforcement of international law because there are no global police officers. So this is trying to keep up that political sense that international law matters and should be upheld. Coercive, we would think of action by United Nations organs, human rights investigations, threats of referral or actual referral of criminal prosecution, the exercise of universal jurisdiction. So this is something that we are already seeing in the Ukraine case. We've seen, for example, the first Latin American countries have taken on cases of Ukrainian atrocities into their domestic court systems. And that's because, this is with the blessing of the sort of court system in Ukraine, because there are more, as you know, more perpetrators than we could expect to be tried, especially in a timely manner. So this is universal jurisdiction for countries that participate in these processes. They take on into their domestic system the prosecution for crimes that occurred against Ukrainians by Russians. And then you have things like tribunals, support for hybrid or local courts. But that's not all. Those are the ones we think of. You also have these economic response tools. So you have things like sanctions and embargoes. You have, in the past cases of atrocities, debt relief, increased aid, trying to de-incentivize, especially in this, as we call it, like the upstream effects, these ideas of new funding or investment, trade incentives, and then you have coercive, so financial sanctions, trade embargoes, the freezing or seizing of monetary assets. A lot of these might be looking familiar to us, divestment or aid conditionality. Particularly, for example, we might think of aid conditionality if a country's military has been accused of committing atrocities. We also have political response tools. So cooperative has to do with diplomatic legitimization or advocacy, support for human rights promotion, resources for enabling dialogue, these field missions. And then you also have, these condemnations, other things like these sporting or cultural boycotts, public hearings, the prescription of individuals or organizations. And then finally, just moving on, even to military response tools. So military aid, confidence and security building measures. This is when, for example, there is maybe a concern in a military about what we would call command and control. We see that a lot with Russia. Russia does not have a command and control system in terms of what we would think about it. It is where, for example, your officer corps has control over their soldiers and does not allow them to commit atrocities. Security guarantees, preventative deployment, and then also restricted arms movement, all of these are things that will look familiar to you. And what I wanted to do by just showing you these is just to say that these are a few. These are what I thought I could very quickly sort of shoehorn into 2 minutes of my presentation, and there's a lot of them. And they don't all fit for every circumstance, but they are there, and there are even longer lists of the way that we would think about everything we could do. And that, to me, as a person with a policy background in atrocities, who really does want to help victims of any atrocity crime, but that is still why it matters to me to understand in real time the type of perpetrator logic and ideology that I'm seeing. And that's why internally within policy conversations, I have still found it helpful to have this kind of coherence around what genocide is as a pattern of violence that is destructive as opposed to repressive, where the goal of violence is destruction of a group in part or in whole, as opposed to a type of violence where you are trying to harshly repress a society, where you are harming members of the society. Those people still deserve their protection. That's why, for me, there's no moral hierarchy, but you can go after them with some of this list that I've shown you in a different way. And so for policy making, what I've often said is for genocide or for other atrocity crimes, you have this shopping list, but you can kind of tailor the grocery list into different recipes based on what you're seeing about perpetrator logic in a kind of quick and dirty way. Because policy, the challenge of policy making is there's someone at their desk right now that is like trying to figure out how to stop Russian atrocities against Ukrainians today. There's lots of people. And so they're trying to figure out what am I seeing today about what I think the motives and the desires of Russian perpetrators are, how best I can speak to them in such a way that enters their consciousness. And that's why for me, genocide as a sort of analytic category still helps, because you are working with often the most hardened perpetrators at this point. For groups that are intending to repress or to harm other groups of people, you can sometimes use, for example, I think often we think of these funding or incentives, but when you have a group of perpetrators that has gotten to the point where, as we assess it, we're seeing them talk about, for example, the future. The future is very important when you're trying to figure out what a perpetrator's, where their mind is at. And so you listen very closely to the way that they talk about the future as a policy person. You say, like, you know, is the perpetrator talking about their victims in a kind of enslaved, repressed role? That's still terrible. Like, you better believe I'm still going after those people. But they're talking about their victims as still alive. And that's very different than when I've had perpetrators who are talking about these people won't exist anymore. What we see in Ukraine, there will be no Ukraine. Ukraine will disappear from the world map. It's a different logic. And so it just requires, both of these cases that I would care equally about, they require like a sort of different policy approach based on that logic that you're seeing. And the challenge with genocide too is I often say, like, you know, it's a whole of society crime because it's hard. Like, it's actually hard when you've gotten to the point where you're trying to destroy a group of people. It takes a lot of efforts, and I'm going to come back to that, and it won't surprise you because a lot of us think about all of the sort of, quote, ordinary Russians who are participating in things that drive this process on. We see often more of that, not always, but we often see more of that in what we assess to be like genocidal logic, because it just takes more to destroy a group of people than to, let's say, throw a bomb in a marketplace and run away. It just takes more coordination and more systematic activity. So in those cases, I would say both the testimony of victims is very important. When I listen to someone who's had an atrocity committed against them, it's very important for me, whatever they can share about what they heard the perpetrator say. It's very important for me to listen to what perpetrators say. Nobody comes out and says, like, I'm committing genocide for this reason. So we have developed in our sort of social science way these proxy variables, or these ways that we kind of infer, like when we listen to what they're saying about the future, there's a lot of literature around that. And so that's what we use it for. We listen to the voices of both the affected and the people who are committing crimes, and we try to use it to, as best we can, infer what they're trying to do in that day. It's tough. You never have 100% confidence of what you're hearing as a policymaker, but you go on the best you can in that moment. And so listening to the voices and the testimony is very, very important. So now I think I'll talk a little bit about the sort of second category I told you, and this is, for me, the role of testimony in history. And this is getting beyond, I've sort of talked about the very pragmatic ways that testimony can inform our work, but this is switching to these bigger ideas of justice. Courts are not enough. So first of all, for me, courts are not enough if I failed to prevent the deaths of victims that I could have. Courts are not enough, but then policy is not enough because things have happened. Like, just narrowing our focus back to Ukraine, things have happened. And the way that people feel about justice is very important. And so for this, I wanted to share just a little bit more about my research background. Doing my time in Ukraine, sadly to me, has been always in a context of armed conflict because I began working in Ukraine in 2015. And so, as you know, the war was present in our daily lives in a variety of ways back then as well. So the interviewing that I did, even asking people in Ukraine about Holodomor, has been against the backdrop of armed conflict. And my work there, I told you, these different categories that I think are so interesting, how they professionally use ideas of genocide. That's what I went to Ukraine to do. I went to Ukraine to interview lawyers, politicians, civil society, and academics about their views of genocide, about their views of Holodomor. And now I think this work for me has taken on, this sort of bigger life for me about the way that people in these categories were thinking about the war, were thinking about Moscow as they would talk about Moscow of the past in Holodomor, and Moscow of the present against the backdrop of Crimea and Donbass at that time, and how this might matter as we think about, testimony in the pursuit of justice, and the way that, that Ukraine should be thought about in global conversations, obviously like a big question. And here I have as much to learn from you as I do to say. But even thinking about, for example, I'll tell you one story that brought this home to me. A few months ago, I was in Western Ukraine, and I was working with a team of architects and city planners and all of this who've come, great people, come to help figure out IDP resettlement and the expansion of cities, not just the rebuilding of cities, but the expansion. As you know, a lot of city populations have gotten bigger as people from the south and east have moved. And so one of the international scholars, not necessarily with a Ukrainian studies background, stood up and gave a toast in our mixed company of Ukrainian and international experts, and gave a toast, and the toast was something like, we support you in your victory, we support you in this war, and we support you in your historic victory going back 600 years. And somebody at our table, one of the Ukrainian friends laughed and said, oh, thank goodness, we just thought you might say the war began in 2022, and you're, going back 600 years. And so how you conceptualize the time, or how you conceptualize the very complex relationship between historic iterations of Russia and Ukraine, this desire that has been at least exposed in my interviewing of understanding these historical patterns of violence is a part, for many of the Ukrainians I speak with, a part of this deeper conversation of justice, this deeper sense of vindication. And for them, their desire for the way that Ukraine and its historic relations with Russia are talked about in global conversations. So I'll show you just a little bit. And I wanted to show you this quote as what I call a historical artifact. So it's Raphael Lemkin, we know him. And for him, he is both a critical figure to genocide studies, and then also we sort of hold in tension that he's a critical figure, a pioneering figure, as well as the fact that the field has existed for many decades at this point, and other scholarship has also built upon this early work that he and others were doing. So I say it's a little bit like, our astronomer colleagues don't just go back to Copernicus, also other things have happened. But what I find really interesting is, even as Dirk said, the world that Lemkin was living in doesn't really exist anymore. And in this quote, I can see it. For example, my work also occurring in Ukraine in post-revolution of dignity, I think we've seen this acceleration. It existed, but this acceleration of Ukraine as a political nation. But so, this last line here, like I feel the contextual difference in this last line. But when I look at this as a historical artifact, and I think like what was being said by people that were sensitive to patterns of violence, what were they picking up on? What is very interesting for me is even looking at this as a historical artifact that's now over 70 years old, we see things that are very much in our conversations today. We see this conversation of Russification, which we're seeing even in op-eds that are running in daily global papers today. And we see this idea of independence. So when we look at this as a historical artifact, we begin to kind of, I think, look at some of these enduring patterns of violence that are both very different today, but that are also related to these things that previous generations were also noting in the context of this complicated relationship. And so this is something that has come up in my work. And I want to say that I'm using this as a representative photo. This is not a photo that was taken during Holodomor. But as you know, if you've been like me, spent a lot of times in the archives, this photo is something of what it would have looked like, that we have these archival records that show how, for example, during Holodomor, you had the Soviet, sort of the state authorities chasing people to train stations, that it wasn't enough for these starving people to leave their communities, but they were also chased to the train stations. And I'm always a little bit shocked. Like you can sort of see the arrogance again that they're not going to get caught, because I've been often surprised when I've looked at these records, some of which have Stalin's signature on them and all of that. I'm often very shocked in a very creepy way about how they counted how many starving Ukrainians they would catch, bring back to their village, seal it, and let the village starve. You know this history. I don't have to tell you. And so when I think about that, and when I think about that logic of violence, that's another way that we kind of think about, okay, what's the perpetrator goal here? And anytime I see perpetrators working to control the population, either to literally chase after them and bring them back for the purpose of starving them to death, or the more recent example, the Irpin Bridge, where evacuation caravans were targeted, where people were prevented from evacuating, any type of this population control, that says something to me as a scholar of violence, as a person trying in real time to figure out what I'm seeing. Because if you look at it from just a very cynical way, as a perpetrator, this is harder work. If, for example, during Holodomor, it was just about the fields, then why wouldn't all of these people have been allowed to flee? Most of them were very weak, like from the dark perpetrator mindset, right? Like most of them would have been very weak. They will just die on their journey. So why are they being caught back, not even just used as laborers, but brought back to die? Or why are people, for example, if our current war was really about all of this bizarre territorial claims, why does it matter so much that, that Ukrainians just aren't allowed to flee? Why is this population control so important? And that's sort of the way that we look in this kind of questions of what ideology are we dealing with? That is very important in looking at these ideologies of destruction. And so for me, being very careful about looking at the past, but also looking at some of these enduring streams of what I would say imperial Moscow logic, the way people are treated, in the way that it really hasn't undergone this accountability process, that to me has been a kind of an enduring element, and it's something that we look at. And so I wanted to kind of, again, bring this back to testimony and to show you a little bit of the way that I talk about this case with international audiences. I don't have to tell you this, but just sort of showing them what we have of what I would say historical artifacts. How was this relationship talked about in moments of history? So I'll start here. This is 1917, the New York Sun, and the headline was very interesting. Ukraine reborn as a nation after 263 years in serfdom. So even understanding, like, what did we know back then? That. Or going ahead to, for example, Alexandra, who's participated in interviewing with me for some years, the way that she talked about on the 100th day of the full-scale invasion, this 100 days of the, quote, 3-day special operation, which began in the 9th year of the war and has been going on 4 centuries. And so in the sort of the pursuit of testimony for justice, for Ukrainians to feel like your complex history is heard by the world and not to be told to your faces that the war began in 2022 and it's also confusing, like, you know, like that this for me, these sort of testimonies have been important. And I also wanted to show you one of my interview quotes because I have an article coming out in about a month about, for me, really heavily critiquing the failure to listen to the sort of complexity of Ukrainian voices and how that should have affected what we call genocide early warning or this upstream. And so I wanted to show you, and I think I'll take the time to read it, but I spoke with Yana Hrinko at the National Museum of the Holodomor Genocide in Kyiv. And just look at the date, right? So May 2017. And so she said, I am a child of independent Ukraine when Yanukovych, the former president of Ukraine, escaped. It was so unexpected. And this Russian occupation of Crimea and the war in Donbass was so unexpected for me. But when I remembered the history of the Holodomor, I understood that Ukrainians should have foreseen this. What is now happening in Donbass and in Crimea is not the end of Russian encroachment towards Ukraine. Nowadays, the Russian president denies the fact of the Holodomor's genocide. Actually, he denies the existence of the Ukrainian nation as such. We all understand that Holodomor occurred because Soviet authorities were afraid to lose Ukraine. They did not want it to stop being part of the Soviet Union. Russia's president denies the existence of the Ukrainian modern state. They are consistently trying to take away our history. Such attempts to take away our history are very dangerous because in this case, we have the situation where one identity is put onto another identity, and as a result, one identity assimilates to the other one. We have to stand our ground. We don't have the right to forget about Holodomor because it will take us to another genocide. And so just thinking about the role of testimony, one of the cases I've been making for my field of atrocity prevention is expanding the scope of people we reach out to as experts in their subject. Because, for example, like Yana was quite right. You know, like when we look at her quote, when I look at the length of the interview transcript that we did, like her sensitivity to perpetrator ideology was quite right. And so really trying to bring back to my colleagues at home, you know, we need to expand the scope of the people we ask in this upstream phase who are experts and who can talk to us their views of what they think they're seeing. And so, you know, sort of testimony and history for me. And then I wanted to talk a little bit more and think through with you, honestly. Let's see how much time I have. How much time do I have? Close enough. I'll zoom through it. But I wanted to think with you a little bit about, you know, as we in this field, and I sort of straddle the field because I did a PhD in anthropology where I'm just focused on Ukraine, but I also did a PhD in peace studies, which is much more global. And so I'm feeling now, you know, many of my colleagues and my home department from these interdisciplinary fields of conflict studies will be in Ukraine, you know, now working, and they're bringing technical expertise. We need people that understand reconstruction. We need people with this expertise. But I think too, all too often, like I've heard things that don't quite fit the context. And so for me, part of that, I brought up the crime of aggression right at the beginning because I think we forget sometimes in our lifetimes how rare interstate war has been. So we have these databases that we use to map many types of war in the world. I think it was 2004, but there was one fairly recent year where no interstate, like country, nation against nation war was recorded. So since the 1990s, we've seen a big shift in warfare dynamics to be civil wars, to be interstate conflict. And I think what we, speaking to my field, don't always take into account is that a lot of our best practices and our recommendations are based around the sort of the dynamics that happen when a civil war or intrastate war has happened. And so for them, talking about, you know, for example, the unique nature of this being a country-on-country situation, or talking with them about the first phase of the war is really important. I think I can zoom through this pretty quickly because this is the story of what many people in this room have lived through, but I'll show you what I show them. I often talk about, I use this article from the Moscow Times. I think it's April 2019, and it was about, I remember reading it, I was living in Kyiv, and I read this, and I was like so shocked at the time because, you know, she did a good service of telling us what was on Russian television about the the election coverage in Russia, and I really don't want to read it because it's so ugly. You can read it with all the incumbent asterisks because you know the sort of language of what was being said, but sometimes international audiences don't. And so I talk about the sort of the prevalence of some of the terms that we heard in the documentary last night, how this is prevalent, this is being introduced into discourse in a mainstream way. And then I just sort of kind of go through for international audiences what they don't always realize, which was about, for example, how big the area that was affected by the war in Donbass was. So, larger than Denmark, Switzerland, and the Netherlands, like really big places that we know that sometimes it's missing from international understanding. Or the sort of the popularity of the Crimean annexation, the sort of jokes and slurs, and the kind of "we can do it again" bumper sticker that came up. So, I'm going to zoom through this. I think you've been very gracious listeners, and I think I'm at the end of my time. But I talk with them about the sort of experience of living through this first phase of the war. I'll go through it really quickly, and I talk with him about the Revolution of Dignity. I talk about why, for example, Ukrainian society might expect Russian society to protest against their leaders, because you have done it in very challenging and painful ways. And then I talk about also, this is where, again, testimony, but I'm going to go through it. But I talk a little bit from some more of my interviewing that I've done, this transformation over time, like obviously not just after the Revolution of Dignity, but I talk about this transformation of Ukrainian identity for people with both Ukrainian ethnic heritage, as well as all of these famous people, some of them famous and others. For example, people I was interviewing, a Jewish Ukrainian scholar, or for example, someone who is ethnic Russian but considers himself a Ukrainian patriot, joined the armed forces and was showing me his tattoo where he has a kobzar, but he has a pen because he's a lawyer, and so that's his weapon, was the pen. And so like talking about this transformation, this acceleration of Ukraine as a political nation, and talking about that. And then the point that I have with these audiences is about the differential impact of especially the full-scale invasion, also the armed conflict stage, where I think we often hear from both international Russian scholars and from national Russian scholars. It is not uncommon for me to hear when the war began. I always say when, and they almost always mean 2022, because they were living a different world. And obviously, what has happened since 2022, and that the society, the non-aggressor society, will bear most of the cost for recovery and for what has happened. So, I've had these conversations, and I'm interested to get your thoughts with, for example, Ukrainian legal experts, colleagues, and friends, and talking about, so what happens if, because of, for example, all of these evidentiary thresholds, that the genocide is not able to be processed in a legal setting? Like, does that set the victims up for just a collapse of trust, or to feel further victimized, to feel they couldn't get their day in court? Or is it important for us to just kind of acknowledge what has happened while knowing that the court may or may not uphold the sort of more broad documentation of what has happened? And again, I'm coming as a Holodomor scholar, so I know this piece of art that was created in the 90s, and it was about Holodomor, and it was called Open Wounds May Heal. And it was this idea that the sort of truth of the situation, even so many decades after it had happened, needed to be told in order for society to feel just that vindication of what had happened. And so I could be wrong. I'm really open to your feedback here. But my argument has been that, sort of bracketing the legal processes, that it really needs to have a place for Ukrainian society to have the sense of the truth of what has happened, the sort of destructive intent, the reality that, in my assessment, the Russian Federation did not come just to change your government, for many of you, or really to slice off these pieces of land, which are crimes in and of themselves, but did come with, as they routinely broadcast in their own language, this deeper intent to destroy Ukraine and Ukrainians. And I think that that's very important for Russian society as well. So I want to just bring up, I keep promising I'm going to be fast and I'm slow, but I wanted to bring up that what I tell international audiences is that The way that I think our prevailing approach to a lot of wars are not quite right is because Ukrainian and Russian societies have very different needs based on everything that's happened. And so I tell them, you know, this is a sort of a whole cluster of literature in my field, but it's called trauma healing. And we've talked a lot about trauma, so I don't think I have to go too much through it. But it's about this interplay of collective and personal trauma. It's about, you know, this dislocations, which can be physical space, emotional, mental, that it's about this intensity and duration. We talked about extreme traumatization. And I talk about how that creates these new needs for justice, for safety, answers, empowerment, restitution, vindication. I think testimony has a real role to play there. But that's not what Russian society needs as its core need, right? Like, there's a different need. And so what I talk about with Russian society is something we call conflict transformation. And this is something that I think our interdisciplinary field has something to say, because this is not a definition that was written in any way about the Russian Federation. But it resonates with me when I think about the conversations that we have about Russian society these days. So the definition of conflict transformation, very basic definition, is that it centers the agency of individuals, neither ignoring nor allowing all burdens for change to be transitioned to an unjust national institution, like a corrupt or authoritarian government. That it's this role that is actually more dignified to come to terms with your individual role in it. Not for necessarily guilt in a courtroom, but for these conversations of social responsibility. And so I think that there's a role for testimony to play here as well. And I bring this up, hopefully this feels right to you, but what I see and why I think testimony and listening to Ukrainians, listening to Russians, and what is being said, what has been said, is very important for international scholars, is because one of the tensions that I pick up on is that, for example, international interdisciplinary conflict scholars are often suggesting for Ukrainian society what Russian society actually needs. So I'll hear these like, you know, well, the war created tensions, and like, how can we help with that? And I'm like, okay, like, sure. But when I actually, because I do focus groups, like currently in Ukraine with IDPs and things like that, what I hear in my focus groups is this. You know, and I'm speaking in a very simplistic way, but that a lot of what's being suggested for Ukraine is about social cohesion or all of these things, or, for example, de-radicalization. There's a lot of programming around what we call DDR, de-radicalization. That's not what Ukrainian society needs. It's really what Russian society needs. And I'm mindful of this tension that the population group that a lot of these sort of good-hearted experts have access to is Ukrainian society. And so I'm just sort of often in that audience reminding that the population you don't have access to are actually the recipients of what you're saying. And so please, like, just for the, you know, people get very pragmatic and they're like, well, we can work in Ukraine and, you know, in a way that they can't work in Russia. And I'm like, okay, but like, you know, but please make sure that you're diagnosing the situation correctly. And then also just to remember this nuance of it being an interstate war. So with the Civil War, for example, there's a real emphasis on a very kind of speedy social reconciliation because everyone's living in the same country. So reconciliation needs to sort of happen in a pretty fast way. That is actually not the case here. That Russia can be pushed back to its borders, and that reconciliation process can look quite different as you decide and as you lead in that process. So again, that's why testimony for me is very important for our scholarly friends and colleagues who are coming oftentimes with very good hearts, but that are coming with a sort of a field of thought that has been shaped by civil wars. So with that, I'll just wrap up my remarks. Thank you so much for your time and for our time together these past few days, and I look forward to your questions and thoughts.
Thank you very much, Christina. Please come and sit down here. Mm-hmm. And yes, your presentation was very, very interesting. And for me, what was important, because I'm not very familiar with law, and this law language for me is so not understandable at all, but your presentation was so clear, and I'm in shock that I understood all. I have some reflection on it, but first of all, I would like to give the opportunity to our audience to ask questions to your presentation. And please, who want to ask something, please come here.
Christina, thanks a lot for your presentation. It was really interesting. I have a small question, maybe about the last few slides. When you're talking about Russia's side, do you use some constructions like common guilt or at least common responsibility, or you don't use such constructions at all? And do we have an opportunity to speak about something like this? Not only individual guilt and individual punishment, but also about common responsibility and guilt.
So that's a great question. I avoided it in this presentation because it's so complicated that I felt like I might, make us all late for lunch and be very unpopular. But yes, in my writing, I have gone back to even the sort of foundational literature that arose from, the sort of like Hannah Arendt era, looking at the difference between, as scholars debated in these letters, of what is guilt versus responsibility. In my writing, it's very important for me to be really precise about that. And in my writing on this, I have very lengthy footnotes talking about these debates. But I often talk about guilt in the language of who should go to jail or who should be punished for individuals. But in my work, I talk about collective responsibility. And my argument has been that that is actually what I would say is, first of all, totally appropriate for Ukrainians. But I also argue that that is what is most dignified for Russian society. That it's actually, that to be like a citizen is to have responsibilities. And so whether you participated in it or not, as this sort of ideas of collective responsibility debate, that it is actually more dignified to come to terms with what has been done in your name, because this violence is done in the name, that it is more dignified to, instead of just ignoring that, to think about that. And in some of our work, we talk about state responsibility. That's responsibility to the Russian Federation as a nation state, because they've used the state organs for this crimes of atrocities and aggression. That has sort of policy weight to it. By that, we're talking about things like reparations, but in the person to person, I just wrote this paper about talking about what that could look like for Russian citizens, how it's looked like in the past. And even if that's not likely, I don't see a lot of signs that that is likely. I think it's important that we have these conversations, and so I do use that in my writing a lot. Thank you.
Lisa, please.
Thank you very much, Christina, for your brilliant and solid work and for helping Ukraine to build these justice claims. It's incredible. Thank you for this. And I have just 2 points and questions. The first one related to your PhD on Holodomor, but also the transcript that you shared from the Museum of Holodomor. This making sense of history and Ukraine-Russia historical relationship is very powerful. And it came up also in my PhD research of Ukrainians reassessing some historical facts and going back to the literature. And actually saying, well, it has always been there, but for some reason we haven't paid enough attention to it, or we thought, no, it will never happen. So what does this, I don't know how to call it, like cascade of historical claims, what does it mean for the actual justice claim, for example, of genocide or atrocity? Is it helpful to build it up? Because you were talking about pragmatic justice claims, because you have to be strict and it has the logic. So that's one question. And the other one, thank you very much for bringing that point on Russia's transformation, because it also resonates a lot with my research. And some participants were saying, well, the idea of justice, Russia just cannot exist in its current form. It really has to transform. But then they were reflecting on it. No, it's not possible. Actually, it's utopian. And it sort of just dies there. So if you could maybe elaborate a bit more, because it's not about, Ukrainians know probably what their society should look like. There is that vision of what we are fighting for what. But there is that element, it's that existential threat that everyone is talking about. They also have to change. Obviously, it's a huge question. Sorry for asking it. But maybe you have more insights.
I think these are key questions that we're all debating and grappling with. I'll tell you the ways I've been grappling with them. So beginning last first, for me in my writing on this, because I wrote some of these ideas out as a paper, so you can take that liberty to really be nuanced and precise. And the key driving point that I have in this paper that I'm working on under this sort of idea with some Ukrainian colleagues of papers that we would write for a post-victory context in Ukraine. What we write about and what I stress in my paper is that I think that this is what's most needed, but it's not what's most likely right now. I don't have a lot of signals, I don't think any of us do, that this is what is likely to happen. So first of all, in my paper, I talk about what is most likely is that what I worry about is something that we see in a lot of post-atrocity contexts where when it's not grappled with, I think that violence is going to boomerang back home in Russia. And so, and I know that I saw recent polling, I think even this week, where at least 60% of Ukrainians are concerned that Russia will attack again. And so what I stress in my papers on this is that that the first priority is protecting the victim. Like if it is, for example, even a smaller case of domestic violence, anything like that, like the onus of care is to protect the victim. So to create this way for Ukrainians to be safe is the first priority. And then we have these conversations. And so it's this kind of tension between this is what's most needed, but not what's most likely. But is there still value for us in having conversations like this about what that could look like, what conflict transformation, which is a kind of global idea in conflict literature, looks like? And what I argue, what I hope, sometimes I feel sometimes that I'm writing possibly for a Russia of the future, right? But what I try to write for that Russia of the future is that acknowledging all of what has happened and all of what has been done in your name, like even if you didn't do it, and that's why we're not talking about guilt, but we're talking about responsibility, that is actually a more dignified, like that's a more dignified way. And if you're going to, as a citizen thinking that, I have responsibilities in a society, then to me that also reinforces that you have rights. And I know that that's something that a lot of Russian people want, right? Like they want their rights as a citizen. And so when you have, as a citizen, you have both rights and responsibilities. And so for me, whether or not it's likely, but just sort of what we can say, is that I argue that this is the most dignified approach. So the other question was about Holodomor. And again, it's getting back to like, who would call it genocide, right? So in general, one thing that's very complicated with prosecutions, but makes sense from a sort of thinking if you were falsely accused of a crime, you can't go back in time to prosecute, right? You can't be accused of a crime before a crime was legally existing. So when we talk about conversations of Holodomor as genocide, which I do, I'm talking about it as a scholar. And also, as maybe you know, that it's been just sort of this recent wave of declassifications. The most recent archival access that we had was in 2015. So even facts of the case are constantly coming up and constantly something that our little field is grappling with. But when we're talking about it in these sort of broader conversations of justice, I think that it's helpful to just, and I try to write it in a very precise way because I'm also very sensitive to the moral hierarchies, which I don't think serve any of us well. Like anytime victim groups compete with each other, only the perpetrators win. So I think that, like what we've seen, for example, in the case of Ukraine with Georgians or with Syrians, we've actually seen this kind of solidarity between these groups. And so I think we never want to get into the place where we make it I don't really like when people talk about violence as this was the worst or this was worse than. I really don't like that language. But I think on the merits, talking about it as what happened, for me, again, it's about this, like, the open wounds may heal, just sort of acknowledging what happened. And for me, again, the case of Holodomor has been so unusual, at least in the cases that I've worked on, because it was so heavily and so willfully suppressed for almost 60 years, that there was all of this, both denials and distortion. And then also a lot of people, when they recount this to me, they chose not to tell their families what had happened because it was a subversive knowledge. And so, as much as families want to, and now many more families want to talk about what happened to their families can help them to feel that sense of justice, even if it's not the word for justice that happens in a courtroom.
Thank you for your questions. And I think Anna has a question also.
First of all, thank you so much for this presentation and for the amazing and important work you are doing and for your commitment to doing that. And thank you for walking us through some legal concepts. I want to ask you a question more in this legal regard. And I want to come back to one of the points you mentioned in your presentation that, sorry if not quoting it particularly right, but that the court is not the final arbiter of the justice and justice is not being established there like fully and completely. It resonated with me because from time to time I'm hearing it a lot from human rights professionals in Ukraine dealing particularly with the victims of the war crimes or like other victims of the human rights abuses. Nevertheless, like we have to deal with crimes, with war crimes, particularly within the court system, within the international legal institutions. And I want to ask for your thoughts about this idea of creating international, some sort of special tribunal for the war crimes in Ukraine. And what do you think when it will be the time to create one? Is there a need to create one, or is there any mechanisms in the current system that can address these issues? And also how the work of the Ukrainian, for example, or oral history scholars can contribute to the future processes in this tribunal. Thank you.
These are such good questions. Thank you for them. So first of all, I think as I'll maybe work backwards, thinking about what oral historians can do. So I hope I made the case that I find your work incredibly vital for lots of different things that at least my own hand is in. And I think that you can do a lot. I think, so I said that for me, I often think that the courtroom is not the final arbiter of truth. Like we need more than what the court record is able to capture. And so I think that actually that's the work of oral historians. So for me, like I showed you some textual examples that I call artifacts of the time because they help us sort of timestamp like what did people know when and how were they thinking about it, what language did they use. So all of the work that you're doing is so valuable. And I have found for myself as an anthropologist, I feel this like obsessive need to document like everything. Like I take so many screenshots of Twitters, or like I take a photo of the Lviv chocolate company that put drones on their, their chocolate, like to document everything because I'm working with a case where we wish so badly we had more records than we do of Holodomor. And so I think actually for me, like I know many of you might have family that was impacted by that case, like what you're actually doing is building the evidence that we hope scholars and decades and generations will be continuing to work through reconstructing the full portrait of what's happening. So I find your work incredibly vital. I'm so grateful for this conference and our conference organizers because I think also putting in this room people who are doing very different things and us realizing what we're doing. So for me, I'd love to really stay in touch with a lot of you to think through the specific testimony that you are gathering. If you think of anything that's kind of relevant to a little bit of the things, or I'm remembering your projects and now thinking the same, how we can share, how we can bring into even these big conversations of legal processes, the individual voices, and navigate that tension between structures and institutions, and also like the sort of dignity that even an individual person should have. And on that note, so about the tribunal, again, so I really defer to legal experts on this, but I'll tell you my thoughts. I have always felt that it should be a process of what the majority of Ukrainians want. And from there, we should figure out how to gather political will around it. And so, you can tell me if I'm right, you can tell me if the mood has changed. But I know that for many people, it felt very important to think about an international mechanism or even these trials in absentia. And so because I heard that expressed, that's been something that for me, being naive, but looking at like the sort of, okay, what's the ideal that we want? And then let's figure out like how high we can climb to the ideal that we want. We might as well at least set the ideal that we want. That's been something that I've hoped for, this sort of international mechanism. I think that there has been, this question of even aggression that again, is so rare to be prosecuted. And so having these formal mechanisms are really important, even if they never get us the quote, like the truth, or even if they're not able to prosecute everybody that we would hope that they would prosecute, or even if some are in absentia, that there's still a value and a support for that. There is some structural limitations, and that's where the debate has been around a sort of, I think it's been called a domestic tribunal with internationalized elements versus an international one. The challenge there is that it involves the role of the UN Security Council. And so figuring out like, okay, what's the ideal that we want? What are the limitations to getting there? And then are there ways that we can support the desires that led to what we want while navigating limitations that at least now seem unmovable? But again, like, I think that these, for me, I know for many people, and what's been fascinating for me I've read very closely all of the public polling that I can find for Ukrainians. What's been very, very interesting for me has been the clear desire, and not just going back to 2022. I think I have it on a slide, but there were 30,000 war crimes cases pending prior to 2022 for what Russian proxy actors or what regular Russian forces had done in eastern Ukraine and in Crimea. So I think that this has been building in Ukrainian society, at least as I've observed it. And so I think what I've seen in the public polling is that, even questions of economic reparations are subsumed to questions that people want, like their day in court. And so figuring out what we can do, as many of us are interacting with those communities, to support those processes, to ask them the good questions that help us get at like what we might call the needs, like the trauma healing needs. Is it vindication? I remember somebody said that the justice for one of their interviewees was when the history book says very clearly like Russia invaded Ukraine. Figuring out what those deeper desires are is maybe a role that scholars can play, because we can certainly like push for these institutions. But if we also at the same time are gathering data on what our victims really want, let's say we hit some roadblock, maybe if we know what they actually want, why they were expressing that desire, maybe there's some other way that we can support them getting that need that they've also been more deeply expressing.
Yes, and because our time is going to end, please. Very short.
I'm sorry. Long answers. Good questions and long answers.
Thank you for your very important presentation. I have a very short question. In the very beginning, you claimed that you are using term atrocity crimes instead of war crimes.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate more on your choice? And do you have any problem explaining this to the different audience you are presenting to?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Sure. So it's a personal choice. So war crime is a term that has like a legal oomph to it. It has a legal definition. And often what we see in cases that I work, even genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, or maybe crimes against humanity and war crimes, they often can occur in parallel. So conversations when we're talking about Russian war crimes in Ukraine are not at all inaccurate. And sometimes people prefer that language because then they're specifically referencing something that can be prosecuted in a courtroom. But for me, especially after 2022, when I think about Russian atrocities, Russian behavior in Ukraine, what stands out for me and what I think is really undeniable, even for people that would absolutely disagree with our take on the genocide question, I don't think that there's a lot of argument around crimes against humanity. And crimes against humanity has that language of coordinated and systematic. And so for me, war crimes doesn't get enough of the nuance of what I actually see on the ground in Ukraine, which has been, for example, as we argue in our report, the same pattern of atrocities has been found in every area that Russia has controlled. Like, so there is like this accumulating evidence of willful, coordinated, systematic behavior, potentially directives, since the atrocity patterns are so similar. And so that's why I prefer this umbrella language that at least is evoking it in people's minds, and this language of more than just an individual war crime, more than just a smattering of like, you know, this happening in war, which is absolutely illegal, but more of this language of coordinated and systematic. So that's why I use it. But again, atrocity crimes comes from a policy document, so that's why maybe other people wouldn't use it. I'm comfortable with the language of policy, but some people prefer to say war crime because it has that language of legal force. Yeah, thank you.
It's, very, very short, some seconds.
Thank you, Christina. Since I am a conflict resolution scholar also, my question is about, you know, that in the Rwanda, there is a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I understand that Russians are guilty, but there are, for example, Crimea or Donbass, Ukrainian citizens. For the conflict transformation, do you think that there should be like a, for the also testimonies? For example, if people in, you know, in Rwanda, in South Africa, Truth and Reconciliation Commission worked like that. People came, a policeman, let's say Ukrainian citizen policeman, and he explained his guilt and the crimes, and the people also learned that where is the, you know, the where they buried and how he died, and they forgive him. Maybe he stay maybe 1 year or 2 years in jail, but they forgive him. Do you think that can work for the Ukraine? I know that the wounds are very open, and you are discussing you know, the genocide, the crime, but this the middle road can be possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is a great question. I'll try to be fast because everyone will not enjoy being late for lunch. But so I often think that these questions should be led by what the majority of affected people want. So instead of like me telling Ukraine what to do, I think like Ukrainians should kind of come together and figure out what do the majority of people want. The tension that I'm hearing is I'm just recalling now one of our presentations that talked about, you know, after war, there was that silence in the village that they talked about where they knew some of the women had been rape victims and the community decided that we're just going to be quiet about it. So if there are things that victims want to be quiet about, as long as it's kind of victim-led and victim-supporting, then for me, like, it's not exactly my place to tell them they're wrong. On the other hand, that I have worked in places that had these truth and reconciliation processes, and as you know, that there's often a sort of fraught literature around it. Those processes are often created as creating this sort of hierarchy of victims, which I think is something that Ukrainian society is probably going to have these tensions as well, just sort of figuring out, because it happens unconsciously, but like who is the worst victim or things like that. And what that can actually do is actually isolate some of the victims, because everybody's telling you that what you suffered is so much worse that then the person begins to feel a little bit isolated from society. So there are processes and ways that this has been critiqued. That said, if this concept of justice is important to enough people, I would hope that it would happen, and I would specifically hope that it would include Russian society, even if it's a Russia of the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Christina, for your presentation. Thank you for your questions. And you have the chance to speak to Christina during the lunch yet. And let's go.